Tinsel tinkled in my hair again, wrapping paper mountain lions then. Gift boxes hiding like little thieves, underneath the couch where no one sees. My needles stab at my bare feet, ornament shattered in defeat. Batteries dead in every toy, stockings limp devoid of joy. Scrubber ducked up the kitchen sink, merry mess, I need a drink. Rudolph's nose just blinking red, ticking down Christmas, wish I'd stay in bed. Oh.
Hey, how y'all doing? Christmas aftermath thingy show. Yeah, we are running towards the new year, and hello everybody. So I thought I saw a lot of other streamers doing their happy go jolly Christmas streams. This is more for us with aftermath of Christmas, and so I yesterday perfect with family. Today perfect with family. Now I got. Let's not go into names. I got a phone call. Hey, did you keep the receipt? Folks, there's thought into what I gift. But every damn year, did you keep the receipt? So, Merry Christmas. At least wait a week. Not the day off. After I left, I got home, took a nap, was waking up from my nap with that phone call. So yeah, this is a bit for us that with aftermath, and this is for you who have to do all the cleanup, doing the dishes, sweeping the floor, pulling everything together because everybody has ate. They're in food comatose. But yeah, some of us have to deal with the aftermath, and so I thought, happy holidays. Hope you had a wonderful. But the Santa Claus here is a little bit annoyed. Santa Claus got gin in his stocking, so I'm having myself a gin and tonic. Gigi says I'm supposed to be cleaning the kitchen. Hi, Sarin Pickle over at Rumble. Oh, I'm doing this at X as well. So, yeah, hope I'm not ruining your mood. Hope you had a wonderful Christmas. Hope you're dealing with everything as good as you can. But I'm having a gin and tonic in a short glass with a long straw. Nom, 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 nom. You never had a gin and tonic? It's a required taste. No lime? No. I didn't have a lime. But I got these are candied nuts. An assortment of candied with powdered sugar. These are amazing, and it coats the entirety of your mouth. So yeah, having a few of those as well. Oh yeah, I can do that. I can do that. Hey Brooklyn, Nick, have a drink for me. I'm not allowed to drink now. Did you? I cooked breakfast and late lunch, early supper of backstrap and gravy, mashed potatoes, green beans. Oh, that sounds amazing. Hey, Empress Fox, sounds tasty. Oh, they are. They are. They are. Hello. Daily quick bites. Nick Storm, Merry Christmas, Santa Laws to you, Mrs. Laws, Jingles and the room. Yeah, Merry Christmas to everybody. Don't. Project Metal music. Hey, everybody's around here. Everybody's here. Everybody's here. Let's see if. Last time I tried to stream to Rumble, it didn't work. Oh, it does now. It does now. Okay. Then I might have made a mistake in the setup. Something else I discovered that made me giggle. This one has 2 settings. I didn't know. Yeah, but without the, yeah. Oh, that's a great idea. Kitchen knife rescue. That's why I buy all my gift from a used bookstore that doesn't give out refunds. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Now this is no. Ho! Here we go. Ho ho ho! To Wendy H. With $100 super chat. That's so nice. Thank you so much. To my favorite Santa. Oh, thank you, my favorite Wendy. Thank you. Oh. Okay. We're off. Charlie has a glass of red wine. Oh. But wow. Okay. I'm leaving that up for a minute. That is so nice. That is so nice. Thank you so much. Now, this is not just a stream about me whining about the aftermath of Christmas and people who calls me and wakes me up from my nap. That's a bad idea to start with. But the day, folks, I understand. Sometimes even a gift with thought behind it, it's not appreciated by the kid. But the day off, asking, did you keep the receipt? Well, of course I kept the receipt. Of course I kept the receipt. Choosy Heretics Choose Carnation Revolution now. That's a mouthful name. Cut through the grease with the power of gin and achieve and soap all mixed together like Bob Dylan strangled up his mind. All right. Catalepit Love. Hi everyone. Hello. Ronnie, hello. Stopping by to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas. A very Merry Christmas to you too. Celine von Fürstenberg. Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Thank you. Are you running out of batteries? No? There you go. Things to say about your Christmas ornament that you can't say to your girlfriend. Are you running out of batteries? Yeah, I think it's running out of batteries. Yeah. It can be there. It can be there. What do Vikings think of the meat cleaver knife craze? Is that a thing? I mean, you only need meat cleavers if you're actually doing butchering. What? Or people having it as instead of an ordinary kitchen knife or anything? Well, sounds like a waste of steel. Now, Malin Lindstedt, god fortsättning. God fortsättning till dig med. Happy continuous... Amica fan. Have you been playing with it too long for it to run out of batteries? Yeah, this has been on all my streams, and it's been holding on. Have I watched The Horseman? Is it a YouTube channel? I don't know. I haven't. Why would you put your meat cleaver crazy knives inside a wooden thing when they can just magically clean the air with the power of magnets right there when you can admire them? I must say I don't follow. Mangion says he's using a Chinese cleaver for 95% of his cooking since I have limited space. Oh, well, if it's a small one, sure, you can use it. If you buy your second meat cleaver crazy knife, you get 2 more free. That's for the price of 1 Viking. How can you go wrong? Celine says no. Okay. Malin Lindstedt, då hoppas vi på snö i platta Skåneland, eller hur? Yeah, we're hoping for snow here at one point. We had snow a couple of weeks ago, but not now. It's been really gray and raining today. Google Mic isn't having anything to do with mixing gin and archivi. Oh, I'm not mixing gin and archivi, no. Take the gin and aquavit and stir it all around. Oh no, that sounds like a bad idea. Let's see here. Let's see here. I saw something. Where is he? Vinny. Yeah, this is what I was going. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Thank you so much. Diamonds and henna, unappreciated gift recipients over here too. It's hard not to get bah humbug over it. Yeah, it's a thing, and I understand the if you, oh, this is not what we expected, or if my thought was very out of it. But if it is for your under 5 year old, uh, yeah. And thank you for your super chat. That's very nice of you. Mm. Now, here's one thing I thought I would watch with you guys. It is of the Delphi trial and the reactions of Vinnie Politan. He had some interesting words to say. It's, there. So
It was a case and a story unlike any we've covered on Court TV. It began as an unsolved mystery after best friends Libby German and Abby Williams went missing in February of 2017 after going for a hike near the Monon High Bridge in Delphi, Indiana. The mystery of where they were was soon solved when they were found murdered, their throats slit, one girl naked, and the other wearing her friend's clothes. It was a bizarre crime scene, and the search for a killer began. Over the next 5 years, there were a series of clues revealed by investigators that seemed a bit disjointed and...
A bit disjointed? Well, yeah, a bit disjointed. They had 4 bridge guys. 4 descriptions from people who saw different people. 4 of them. And who looked nothing like each other. 4 sketches that looked nothing like each other. And it is so stupid. They first looked for guy in hat, looked in his 40s, and then a few years later they said that person is gone. We don't look for that anymore. We are looking for this young guy with curly hair. And what the frick? And all this time, they had 2 more. Let me just check if I can find it. I haven't put. This is. No, it's not. Damn, it's not that one. Sorry. Let's show you that again. Well, no, you know what? Let's show this. The picture on that side is a sketch that was never shown for the public. It was never showed to the jury. But that's the sketch of a person somebody saw in and around Honeymoon Bridge. And the people who I'm showing beside it are a father and son. Father and son, Brad Holder. Isn't that strange? Now, Brad Holder has, according to, let's see here, There you go. According to his work and according to Jim, his alibi is airtight. Airtight. Sure. But it's really strange. Then why not show all the things? Why not all the things? So yeah, disjointed. And tomorrow me and Mo are going to go through the the Odinist investigation. Odinist investigation. There was an Odinist investigation. A 3-person investigation. 2 of those are no longer alive. One of them was murdered by an Odinist. I mean, at what point does these peculiar circumstances not add up anymore? A beautiful Merry Christmas, Nick and family. Merry Christmas to you too, to Just Dawn. Amica fan says, well, that be why they didn't show them. Yeah. And I've been having interesting conversations on X with people. Hey, it's over. Don't bother anymore. And I say to you, fuck you. This isn't over by a long shot. This isn't over by a long shot. Let's listen to a bit more about
Unconnected, a video and audio of the killer on the bridge, sketches of the suspect that look like 2 different people, then a fake profile on social media linked to a man who pleaded guilty to possessing child pornography. Then finally, the arrest of Richard Allen, a man who had actually called into the tip line right after the murders. Things then took another bizarre turn when Allen's defense alleged a group of Odinists identified by the law enforcement task force.
Folks who think the Odinist is just made up. Seriously, folks, there are some dangerous diaper Nazi concealing themselves as Odinists in the United States. There are prison factions, and in Indiana, there are prison guards with this very patch on their uniform. Until they were told not to have it anymore. And then one of these prison guards tattooed Odin's spear on his face, as under the eye. Or and if you know about prison tats, having something here, what does that mean? Yeah. Now, one of the explanations, there's not been human sacrifice in U.S. recorded history from Odinists that we know of. That's the thing that we know of. Let's keep listening.
Were actually responsible for this ritualistic murder scene. Then, in another strange twist, the judge removed Richard Allen's choice of attorneys over his objection.
Yeah, she removed his defense attorneys, Judge Gould, because she believed they were not professional and working against Mr. Allen's interest over his objections. This is rule breaking 101 from Judge Gould. Rule breaking 101. Oh. Hold on. Thank you to Iron Rabbit gifting 20 memberships. I should have a banner up. Mastermath stream. New members today, 20. Thank you to Iron Rabbit. Thank you so much. Honorary Viking. Is Wendy H. For her $100 super chat. Ticker, create. There. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody say thank you to Iron Rabbit, you who were gifted memberships today, right now. So yeah, she removed them. And Indiana Supreme Court had to tell her, no, you can't do this. This is the only time Judge Gull were about to allow cameras in the courtroom. To publicly humiliate his Mr. Allen's defense attorneys.
The attorneys appealed and then were reinstated, but they were not permitted to present evidence of any third party they believed were connected to the murders, even if they were identified by law enforcement. Finally, Richard Allen was convicted, and today was his sentencing. We have a live report from Indiana with all the latest information. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us here on Closing Arguments. It's a story in a case that we've been covering for years and a trial that we covered here on this program. Despite the fact that there were no cameras inside, we brought you those details night after night. But as we sit here tonight and think about what happened today, it was a huge day for Abby and Libby. Yes, justice was delayed in this case.
Justice, in my opinion, wasn't delayed in this case. Justice wasn't brought in this case. Justice cannot be brought by a flawed trial, a corrupt investigation. It is impossible. What took place in that courtroom was a scam. It was Judge Gull and the prosecutors pissing on the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the rights of a defendant. Even if, and with a big if, Richard Allen did it, it does not matter. It does not matter. Because without allowing a proper defense, if you have a strong case with good evidence, you don't need shenanigans. There's no need for it. There's no need for taking away somebody's rights to a third-party culprit defense. If that was so ridiculous, then go for it. Laugh at it. Prove them wrong. Prove how ridiculous it is. And it should, but this, no. Justice delayed. I would go further to say justice denied for Abby and Libby.
It shouldn't have been, based upon the facts, the way investigators and prosecutors ended up presenting them to the world and to the jury. It should not have been delayed, but it was. But tonight, Abby, Libby, their families can turn the page.
No, they can't. No, they can't. They might try to, but folks, the families have been... They have known about this theory for a long time. The Odinism Theory. They've known it. At the moment, with the Odinist Theory investigation, the families knew. Oh. And so, will they try to turn the page? Yeah. Can they? No, because justice wasn't done here. Justice wasn't done here. And Fire Pixie, been a member for a whole month. Celebrating a whole month of memberships. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too.
They can turn the page on this and go to sleep tonight with a sense of, okay, the person we believe is responsible has been held responsible. The questions we had were answered.
I don't think so. I honestly do not think Vinny is correct here. Their questions... Just no. I don't think their questions has been answered. There are too many questions in this.
And justice was served. But that justice was delayed. And to me, that is a big part of that story still tonight. Now, if you look on the other side of the courtroom and all this, for Richard Allen, was justice denied? That's what he is claiming, that justice was denied to him, that the truth did not come out inside that courtroom, that the jury didn't hear what he and his attorneys had to say, that he is an innocent man. And the jury has spoken and said, no, you're not an innocent man. You're guilty beyond any and all reasonable doubt. But he's holding on to that as he gets ready to serve his sentence of 130 years in prison. Obviously, there will be appeals. Maybe they'll win, maybe they'll lose, we don't know. But as we sit here tonight, Richard Allen has no chance but for an appeal to ever see the light of day after this sentence. But let's go back to what has transpired here. This was an unusual trial. It's extremely unusual in many different facets.
I don't agree here. This is not an unusual trial. It isn't. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of trials transpiring this year, every year, where prosecution and judges collude to deny a proper defense. You just look at the YSL trial, what they tried to do. And that is the one that was televised. Imagine what they did, what they do when the cameras aren't there. Megan Fox! Merry Christmas, Christmas, Santa Claus. Merry Christmas, Megan Fox! Ah, good to have you here. It was just an unusually dumb judge. Oh no, Judge Gull isn't stupid. She knows exactly what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing. Also, that begs the questions: how many times has she done this? How many times? She's been a judge for a very long time. How many people are in prison because she denied them a proper defense? Dozens? Hundreds? Thousands? Don't know. But if she can do this here, not only put the thumb on the scale for the prosecution, but more or less parking her entire ass on the scale to make sure that the prosecution got a conviction. Oh yeah. Thank you for the reminder. keep Legal Voices subscriber count up. So if you haven't subscribed to, and check if you're still subscribed. Check if you're still subscribed. On the 27th, we will hold a memorial over Legal Voices. The law tubers and the content creators in the Legal Voices field. Dani on have everything planned out, I believe. We don't have a time set, to my knowledge, but we will present it as soon as we can. And Mangion says, here's the scary part. If there's a retrial, Ghoul will be over. Yeah, she will be holding it. That's the scary part. The appeals court, if the appeal is successful, will tell Judge Gull how she did wrong, and she will just adjust. And then do it all over again. But if the appeals court are being specific, you cannot deny them the third-party defense. Then, yeah, who knows? And also, it might take 3, 4, 5 years before this appeal is done. Maybe Judge Gull is retired. We can only hope.
The state of Indiana had recently changed its guidance and its rules on cameras in the courtroom and was allowed to permit them. And that's why we have this image of this judge, because she permitted cameras inside the courtroom for about 15 seconds of this entire ordeal. And then tossed the cameras out because she said that someone did something with the video that they weren't supposed to do. Still can't figure it out. But that's just from our perspective. What's more important is the actual trial, the search for the truth. And this was a case where the judge took the defendant's counsel of choice, like his attorneys, and took him off the case. I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Interesting with this is, for you who are completely new to this, the next set of attorneys for Mr. Allen was handpicked by her. Handpicked. And they had a few months with Mr. Allen before his original counsel of choice was reinstated. And this new set of defense attorneys went public and said, we believe in Richard Allen's innocence. We believe that Odinism Theory is correct. Yeah, the next set came with the exact same conclusions as the previous set of defense attorneys. Her hand-picked attorneys came to the same conclusion. How about that?
They had to take this to the appellate courts to get put back on the case, a case that they're doing pro bono. But his defense attorneys had to litigate and had to fight to be able to represent him. That is strange. That is bizarre. The overriding gag order and the secretive nature of everything that's happening in this case was unusual. And then the rulings. In a case where there was a task force that was looking at certain suspects, and there was a portion of that task force, not all of them, but more than one person, several people in that task force that thought this whole thing was the work of a ritualistic killing by Odinists. The defense agreed. That was going to be their defense. And the judge didn't allow any of it. Didn't allow the jury to hear anything really from the defense about anyone else involved in the case, including the man whose property the girls were found on. This is strange. He was the owner.
Yeah, he was the owner who lied where he was at the time of, he tried to get 2 different people to lie about his whereabouts. A person whose ex-girlfriend said he very violent and interested in children.
Of the property. He also lied about where he was at the time of the murders. And jury heard nothing about that either. It was really bizarre, the rulings. And the investigation, you go back to it, that was unusual as well. Because
yeah, here it is. In Odin We Trust, and that mark was the thing that the prison guard who was assigned to Mr. Allen, what he wore, assigned to Mr. Allen. He is one of the prison guards that took down a few of the confessions. Really, really strange. And remember again, this Odinist task force, the Odinist investigations, 2 dead, 1 murdered by an Odinist who was a former prison guard. At what point does it stop being a coincidence? At one point.
Because the man they ended up charging, Richard Allen, the man who's convicted, the man who's serving the rest of his life in prison, the day that they put out that image of the bridge guy, he called the tip line. And they followed up on that, and he said, I was there that day. And then they sat on that information for 5 years. In the biggest case that they've ever had, the biggest investigation that they seemingly were stumped for 5 years, the guy who they convicted called the tip line himself and said, I was there, and they did 0 follow-up on that. Like, how could you, in a case like that, how is not the first thing, right? Who was there that day? All right, guys, we're going to take a fresh look at this. Who was there that day? Like, it was unusual.
More important, well, not more important, one of the peculiar things, the defense was denied to bring in cell tower data on whose phones were around at the time the girls disappeared. It was denied. I haven't seen that yet, but rumors are that Mr. Allen's phone wasn't there in the cell tower thing. Still rumors, haven't seen it yet. And remember, Mr. Vinny here, he is absurdly pro-prosecution. Absurdly pro-prosecution. And if he has these questions, yeah, something's not right. Law Congress, how is geofencing not allowed? Because Judge Gold decided it wasn't.
Unusual, everything was. So, speaking of unusual, the superintendent of the Indiana State Police spoke today after the sentencing of Richard Allen. There's been a gag order, like a broad gag order, like an overriding gag order. But now he was apparently able to finally say something. Take a listen.
Oh, I haven't, folks. I've been avoiding this because the language I might use against this absolute horrific human garbage. I will probably tomorrow on the 26th, when me and Mo are doing the Odinist investigations stream, we will get into this as well.
I wish you all could have been in the courtroom today and heard the victim impact statements. I'll always remember them. And I hope you'll get the transcripts and read what was said and try and understand the context of those words, even though you weren't in the courtroom. Over the course of these last many years, there have been many investigative strategies. Any notion of a cover-up, any notion of us deciding the outcome of this, any notion of any connection to anything else is not correct.
You lying sack of shit. You lying, absurdly lying piece of human garbage. If what you're saying is correct, oh, we didn't cover up anything, then why all the motions of removing? Why all the secrecy? Why all the secrecy? People didn't know about the Odinist investigation until years later. Because you hid everything. Why? Who are you scared of? Who are you scared of?
It's not correct. I've never been a detective in my entire lifetime, but I get to represent some of the best on the planet Earth.
Ah!
And I listened to them intently. And when they made strategy decisions associated with what the next steps would be, my job was to support them, and I stand by those decisions, every single one of them.
Hold on. He's never been a cop his entire life. Then what the fuck is he doing there telling them what to do? Jesus Christ. Why do you have these votes for... Yeah.
The gag order. We lived by that. We lived by that gag order. The defense did not.
Oh, fuck you. Oh, you absolute garbage. Oh, no. Oh, for fuck's sake. What is about to spew this hateful, ignorant piece of human garbage, this piece of shit, is somebody broke into the defense attorney's office, took pictures of the conference table where they had the evidence displayed, because they are working through the case. So he's going to blame the defense for this. Folks, those pictures, the crime scene pictures, was leaked before that. Leaked before that. You're lying, blaming the defense for what the prosecution probably did. It's, yeah. And the defense was cleared of any wrongdoing. They were cleared. Even Judge Gull couldn't make that happen. Even Judge Gull wouldn't make that happen. You absolute sack of shit. You're a disgrace.
And it cost a human life. Anybody that shares those photographs,
like your investigation, you sack of shit, blaming the defense for this is so low. It's so low. It's disgraceful.
of those two little girls should be held accountable. Whether they're in the public sphere, whether they're emailed to you, whether you found them in a place you didn't.
Really? Come get me, you sack of shit. Folks, for you who don't know, I got them emailed to me. Now, I'm protected by the Swedish freedom of press, our legislation. Come get me, you sack of shit. Come get me. Just try. Lockham Express asks, what life is he talking about? One of the people who was involved in the break-in and subsequent leaking of those pictures took his own life, according to the police.
Didn't want them to see. I hope that if you ever see them, you'll picture your own children as Abby and Libby. I'll never forgive that. I will never, ever forgive.
I don't care what you forgive or not forgive, because you are a disgrace. You're blaming the defense for what you or your team did.
That. We lived by the gag order.
Bullshit.
Documents were released from the defense that drove a public narrative that many of you talked about. And damn it, I wish I could have responded.
You did, you cunt. You did. Twat. You and your team responded. All the time. You lying sack of shit. You absolute lying sack of shit.
But I was not going to violate what Judge Gall said. So they were able to get these documents out there and create a public narrative that you and many others, many of you, and many others believed around the globe.
Around the globe? I'm one of them. I spent an entire day in Delphi, Indiana. I walked the trail with Mo, and then I stayed behind after Mo went home. Not one had the guts to approach me. You lying. This narrative, well, these are the things that you colluded with Judge Gull to keep from the public. If you had it your way, you would have buried everything. Thanks to the defense, we had the Franks motion. We got the knowledge. And as Mo said, oh no, not man, bear, pig. But as you go through those Franks motions, you get the picture of a more probable situation. Law Kong expresses, how dare people look at evidence and come to a reasonable conclusion? Yeah. He can't stand that other people than him was allowed to put out a narrative. That is why he's sniveling like a bitch now. Because he was caught. He was caught lying. He is caught lying.
Baldwin and Rossi are responsible for that.
Oh, fuck you.
Not this team.
Your team is sole responsible for this. Sole responsible. The sole responsibility for everything that happened in this investigation and trial is on you and Judge Gull, not on anybody else. What he is talking about here is that annoying little thing that is called rights. The defendant's rights of a fair trial. The defendant's rights of a proper defense. This absolute horseshit garbage, this lies on in human form, can't have it that he didn't get to pick the narrative. That is why he's sniveling like a little bitch.
The family effects, I think you'll see the words that were spoken by the folks that spoke today about their lives and how they've been forever changed, how they'll never be the same. And they said it in ways that were beautiful in some kind of a mysterious way. There's an attorney in Indianapolis by the name of Guy Relford. And I heard Guy on the radio after the verdict when a lot of hate mail came, death threats came. And I heard Guy Relford say that day on the radio, and I called him 15 minutes after he said it. And after 40 years in this business, I never thought about the jury's perspective. But he said the only people that mattered in that courtroom was the jury. And he went on to talk about, he's a very bright attorney. He went on to talk about what they can see that we can't, that you couldn't.
Oh, you sack of shit. Now, I agree with the jury here can't be blamed. They were presented a narrative. They were presented 20% of the story, 15% of the story, 5% of the story. Because this sack of human lies, in collusion with the prosecution and Judge Gull, made sure they only were presented this narrow focused narrative that didn't allow them to even consider other suspects, other theories. And again, if you have a strong case, other narratives doesn't matter. You just present your case with facts, and that's that. But no, you couldn't have that. You were so scared because you knew your case was weak as fuck. You knew, and that is why Mr. Allen spent 13 months in solitary confinement. Only prison guards and prisoners in the same wing yelling at him non-stop. He had a psychotic break. You pumped him full with Haldol, the Soviet Union's favorite mind-altering drug, until he made those confessions. The thing with Haldol, folks, is when the effect of Haldol wears off, you go back to your normal state, eventually. So him saying, I'm innocent, going to, I did it, back to, I'm innocent, is the textbook case of Haldol misuse. Textbook. Soviet Union used it on prisoners to get them to confess to what they wanted so they can send them off to Gulag. Because once they were in Gulag, nobody cared if they went back to saying they were innocent, just as these fuckers do. And why do they use Haldol instead of modern medicine? It's cheap. It's like $3 a dose. It's cheap. And it does what you want it to do. Break a broken person to confess.
They could see the defense. They could see the state. They could see the witnesses. Feel the emotion. And they could see Richard Allen.
But we couldn't. Because you denied us. You and Judge Gold denied us. So your wishes of us being able to see it, you're lying. You are mentally incapable of not lying, sir. Because if you really wanted us to see it, you could have. You could have told, you and the prosecution could have told Judge Gold, no, the people need to see this, so this narrative goes away. Lying sack of shit.
I've never thought about that perspective because we have a singular view most times. You, me, it's human nature. Judge Gall was the keeper of the peace in that courtroom, but the people that mattered were those 12 jurors. And we have a system of justice that allows them to decide the fate of a human being. That's what our founders had established.
Sir, in order for a jury to arrive at a solid conclusion, they need all the evidence. All of it. Not just a focused narrative. You denied them that. And you denied the rest of the world access to that courtroom.
And that's what they did. I hope you all understand that what you say and how you report matters more than you can ever possibly comprehend.
I certainly
This
hope
is an
so.
opportunity for us to all learn about what social media is and isn't, what we should do and what we shouldn't, and understand that their words have consequences to other human beings.
Textbook communist rule of law. I know we didn't allow you to talk about this. We really, really, really want to ban you from talking about this because it doesn't suit us. Textbook communism. Textbook.
I appreciated Guy's perspective, and it changed my view of the criminal proceeding.
No, it didn't.
Richard Allen knew. How about we hit that reset button and understand that justice in this country was served, and if you don't like justice in this country, go do another one.
Oh, you fucktard. You absolute fucktard. So, folks, this will be a demonetized stream, I can tell already. If you don't, he says here, if you don't like my way of justice, you can go to another country. No, idiot. Your way of justice is what belongs on the other side of the Iron Curtain. Because that is what we see in China, North Korea, Soviet Russia, Cuba, communist countries, where the government decides what information is put out there. This guy, this sack of shit here, does not believe in the Constitution, does not believe in the Bill of Rights, does not believe the foundations of Western judicial systems. Because he can't stand other people's opinions. He cannot stand other people's opinions.
Let's heal. Tone down the rhetoric.
No.
Stop all the politics and all the nonsense and all the conspiracy theories and understand that we all tried the best we could.
Your best was comparative to a sack of shit doing good in a in an iron factory. Worthless. Absolutely worthless. This guy wants to, more or less, what he says is, fuck the First Amendment. That is what he's saying. Fuck the First Amendment. Fuck free speech. He can't stand that people got a hold of facts in the case that he did not want to reveal.
That should be the message to us and to our kids and to this most amazing place we call the United States of America.
You don't believe in the United States of America. You sack of shit. You have no faith in the judicial system doing its work. That is why you try to, in collusion with the prosecution and Judge Gull, you made sure that the jury only heard one narrative, your narrative. Hey, Tony, aka T, Viking Crew, gifted. Oh, people who gifted me. Gifted by Fire Pixie. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And we can now update to 25 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. And everybody say thank you to the people who gift memberships. Thank you so much. This amazing place we call the United States of America. You don't believe in it, you sack of shit.
I don't follow it completely, what he was saying, and I'll just briefly say, the solution to everything that he was pointing out is transparency. And the lack of transparency created all those things he was talking about. And there was no transparency in the state of Indiana through the investigation and through the trial. And he started off by saying, I wish you could be in the courtroom. Well, guess what? We could have been. We could have had our cameras in there and our microphones. We would have seen Richard Allen. We would have seen the witnesses. We would have heard the evidence. You want the narrative to change on social media? Let the people see the trial. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Everything you complained about gets fixed with transparency, which you all lacked, led by the judge.
Yeah. Transparency would have solved a lot, but it would also have shown us, who had more evidence that was shown to the jury, to compare what was actually said by witnesses with what was said by them in prior statements, in depositions. All of that we could have compared. And that is why they don't really want the transparency. Because now they can blame conspiracy theory. But if they had shown us the trial, we could have compared to what was actually said with what was said in trial, to what was presented to the jury. So I agree with Vinny, in transparency would have solved a lot. But I don't think it would have solved things for the prosecution, for the investigators, and for Judge Gull. I believe, had we been able to see this trial, that would have fueled the fire. The outcry for justice would have been higher, have we been allowed to see the trial.
He's like going bonkers on social media and the media. Like what we did was wrong? You should have been in that courtroom. You told us not to be there. All right, I've done enough. I'm off the soapbox. Joining us live from Indiana, Court TV senior producer Barbara McDonald, who was there and was in the courtroom, and I'm so glad she was. Wow, that was strange. That was really strange. I'm sorry. I'm just going to call it like I see it, because he was throwing shade at the media. He was throwing shade at social media. You know, transparency is the disinfectant. Go down to Florida, learn how to do it. I'm sorry. Barbara, tell us what happened inside at the sentencing.
It was a very quick hearing, Vinny. It was about an hour and 5 minutes. The defense chose not to bring any witnesses, not talk about any evidence, not say much of anything at all. They filed a sentencing memo that they said spoke for what they had to say. So we heard from one witness, Jerry Holman, the lead investigator for Indiana State Police.
Jerry Holman. Oh, Jerry Holman. Who do you protect, Jerry? Who's your friends? Who's your buddies, Jerry? Who's your friends? What in this trial made you decide it was worth human lives? Who do you protect, Jerry?
And we heard from 6 family members of Abby and Libby in those victim impact statements that were very emotional and very angry, not only talking about everything that they've lost and the pain and the fear that they have lived with all these years, but also a lot of very harsh words for the defense, that some family members accused of re-victimizing them by some of the efforts that they took to defend Richard Allen from these charges, doing their job, essentially. And that carried over to the press conference as well.
Yeah. Now, I understand the families. They have been lied to by the investigators, the prosecutors, and the judge for years. So, of course, any opposition to that, they take as a personal insult because they're the family. Because they're the family. So I understand that. And I blame the prosecution, Judge Gull, and the investigators for what the family had to endure. It's their fault and nobody else's. The defense has a job to do, to zealously defend their client. And the investigators and the prosecution and Judge Gull try to stop that. They are to blame for everything the family feels. They are sole responsible for the way the family feels.
Well, with several people commenting about the defense putting out this narrative through that Odinism report and things like that. One interesting moment in court was when Richard Allen was actually being sentenced and the judge was looking straight at him. She did not ask him to stand. And she said, she spoke about the carnage that he left behind and how that's going to cause generational trauma to these families. And then she paused, looked at him and said, and now you're going to roll your eyes at me like you've...
This, according to people who were there, never happened. Never happened in trial or at the sentencing. That was Judge Gull lying from the bench. Lying. Because she too wants to create a narrative. My narrative about Judge Gull is any trial she has been a judge in should be looked into. Every single one of them. Because if she does this with in a trial of interest, she does it to... we have to assume she does it in every trial. Every single one of them. Planting her ass on the scale of justice, making sure convictions are done.
Done throughout this trial. That was something that none of us in the gallery had been aware of. Obviously, we sit behind him in court. We can't see his face. I had not heard any allegations previously that he had been rolling his eyes during the trial. That was something I asked the prosecutor, or the prosecutor was asked about it during the press conference. And I think we have a little bit of that sound as well.
Okay, let's take a listen.
No, I had no idea. I heard Nick was asked that same question, and he didn't see it either. I bet the jury did.
Oh, fucking dog.
But again, the jury sees both sides, the state, the defense, the witnesses, Richard Allen, sees how people come in, how they go, but even Nick didn't notice it.
Yeah. Nobody noticed it. It never happened, folks. It never happened. Judge Gull, like Investigator Holman and the chief of police, whatever his fucking name is, liars. They are so desperate to keep on to the narrative they created. And folks, if you go by the timeline of what the prosecution alleged happened, it simply doesn't fit. This crime scene does not fit Richard Allen's confession. Richard Allen's confession was more or less, he was startled by a van, decided to kill the girls, threw some sticks on them, and disappeared. The crime scene spoke a different story. The crime scene spoke of both girls being killed somewhere else from where they were found. We know about one of the girls were killed over by the so-called F tree because there was a line of blood. She was carried back and laid there. That wasn't in the confession. Nothing about a tree. Nothing about carrying. Nothing about redressing. The other girl, according to what we know now, before the transcripts are out from the medical examiners, there wasn't enough blood on where she was found to explain. So she was probably killed somewhere else as well. None of that was in the confession. None of it. None of it. So Allen's confession talks about a really quick slit. They more or less fell down. Nobody screamed. Nobody was heard. But the crime scene speaks of something else. Something way more sinister. Ritualistic. That is what the crime scene tells us. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so nobody really noticed that in court at all, but perhaps the jury did, Vinny.
All right, let's get back to the press conference, Barbara. And by the way, when it comes to the family and everything else, that's why our cameras want to be there, to capture those moments so the public understands. Mm-hmm. Like it's radio silence, like it's nothing. I hope you read the transcripts. Nobody's going to read the transcripts, let's be honest. Are you providing the... No,
I will.
We could have seen and heard all of this to understand the case. How do you trust the system of justice? He's telling us how great the system is. I say that all the time. But how can people trust it if you don't see it in action? If everything is done in darkness? Crazy.
Absolutely. And there's so many ways that the cameras can be accommodated in court.
Yeah. If you ever get a chance, watch Andrea Burkhart's coverage. She was in the court every day and took immaculate notes. Yeah. Go back and watch her coverage of this.
Even the court can provide a camera in the back of the courtroom to make the process easier. And I think that was badly needed in this case.
All right, so let's tell us about this press conference, because this was, and we showed a piece of it, but there was a lot more to this whole thing.
Yeah, so they did take a few questions. Only the prosecutor responded to the questions. At one point, somebody tried to ask Superintendent Carter a question, and Nick said he's not going to be answering right now. I'm answering the questions. And the question that I had was, throughout this process, they have said they can't clear all these other men that they looked at, some of the men that the defense talked about, other men, Ron Logan, Kegan Kline. And so that was my question, was now can you clear those men? You have caught the person that you say did this by himself. You have sentenced him to 130 years. Are those other men cleared? And it was an interesting response.
Now mean that all the other men are cleared? Can you use that word?
Who is all the other men?
The other men that were looked at during the course of the investigation that you always said we couldn't say that they're cleared. can you now say they're cleared?
I may not use that word cleared, but what I can tell you is we don't have any other evidence that ties them to the offense at this time.
He wouldn't use the word cleared. That screams volumes. He knows. He knows they aren't cleared. He knows. That answer was lawyer speak for, no, I can't clear them. And he does it after sentencing. He more or less tells the word, no, we haven't cleared the other guys, the other suspects. And here's the thing. Oh, remember this guy? He's a masonry brother with this guy. I'm not joking. I am not joking. How about that, folks?
And I asked Superintendent Carter about that when I had a chance to talk to him one-on-one after that press conference. Here's what he had to say.
We don't say clear to anybody. I appreciate the question. I appreciate it when you asked it in there. You know, human behavior is kind of interesting, isn't it? It's fascinating. And just because this trial is over, other than the appeal process, which is okay, that doesn't mean that somebody's not going to come forward and give us some additional information of what occurred maybe before the murders.
They are more or less saying out loud. They don't believe Richard Allen did this alone. Now, I am of the opinion that Richard Allen didn't do it at all. But they are so scared of the appeals process and that it might be assigned to another judge that will allow. They know this crime isn't solved, not by a long shot. Yeah, Richard Allen needs to get his appointed appellate lawyers first. And I do know that Andrea Burkhardt has, she said it on the stream, that if they want her help, because Andrea Burkhardt is a really successful appeals lawyer in Washington. Pink Slime asked, do they need help paying for the transcript? If he is appointed an appeals lawyer, they will get the transcript. Will I trust the transcript? No. But it's a transcript.
And that's rather interesting, what occurred before the murders. You know, that was something I wanted to hear during the trial. What was exactly going on for Richard Allen in his head, what was going on in his life. And that was something we did not hear at trial. We only heard about what he did that day leading up to the murders. And so I think there's still a lot of unanswered questions for a lot of people, Vinny, that, you know, I asked Superintendent Carter also, is the tip line going to stay open? And he said yes.
Interesting. Well, I mean, you're in a much different perspective than most of us, right? You got to see the trial and hear the evidence, so you have something to draw upon. The rest of us, obviously, we listened to your reporting, et cetera, but we didn't get to experience, we didn't get to see it, we didn't get to hear it. And that's such a disservice, especially for a case like this, where you're dealing with all of these other theories, other suspects, the defense is saying all these other things. Like, all right, let's see the evidence. Does it all make sense? And that's how you cure it. I still don't get their tact. All right, how about the defense? Did they speak today?
They said very few words. Bradley Rosie did get up after the victim impact statements were read, after several of the family members spoke about the defense and the stunts they pulled and the re-victimization of them from the defense. And he's just asked the judge not to consider any of those comments that were about the defense attorneys in her sentencing of Richard Allen. I'm not sure it really mattered. I think he was going to get the 130 years regardless, and he did.
Yeah, he was getting the max. Like, we know he was getting the max, right? And if he did what he did and the jury said he did what he did, he should get the max.
Absolutely.
Right, 130 is less than, I guess, life without parole. So it's...
Yeah, isn't that strange? Richard Allen was not convicted of murder one. He was convicted of felony murder, which includes, but is not limited to, being felony murder could be, the example usually done is, it's a bank robbery, you are the driver, you sit outside, the bank robbery goes wrong, somebody gets killed, you are responsible as well. But it's called felony murder. So, he didn't actually get convicted of murder one. Brooklyn asked, did he have any previous arrest? No. He had not in his life done any crimes or arrested for any crimes. Also, in all of the devices they collected from him, there are no traces of anything, because apparently he didn't do the erase history. They had all of his history. Not once did he go into anything of this, of how does it feel to kill anyone? How does it feel? None of it. There's nothing in his history. And I could bet you good money that if this case were handed to a behavioral analyst of the FBI or a behavioral analyst, a criminal behavioral analyst, they would never point at Richard Allen. Never. Brooklyn asked, why didn't he get first offenders credit? I don't know. I have no idea.
You know, it sounds like a lot, but it's, life without parole to me is a more severe sentence, but 130, that's, it gets the job done. Somebody who does what he got convicted of doing should never walk a free man again. I mean, to me, that's obvious. There's really no wiggle room there. Barbara McDonald, great job. Fantastic, as always. Thank you so much. When we come back, we're going to speak with a private investigator who has worked this case, plus coming up next hour.
Join Court TV's Vinnie Politan with The Investigates tonight, 9/8 Central.
I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Abby and Libby themselves. Libby for recording the defendant as he walked across the bridge.
You lying sack of shit again. Here again, something about this trial. The prosecution was so scared of the answer that they never asked any of the witnesses who saw their version of Bridge Guy. They never asked them, is that person in this courtroom today? They were so scared of that answer. And the counter argument is, well, the defense didn't either. For fuck's sake, folks, the defense does not have a burden of proof. They do not. They do not. It should scream volumes that the prosecution was so scared of the answer they never asked the person you saw on the bridge, do you see him in the courtroom? And again, this enhanced video, I need a thorough explanation on what and how it was enhanced, how it actually differs, and what programs they used in enhancing. Usually, the enhanced video is only for investigative. It is an investigative tool. It is not usually allowed as evidence. Same as the enhanced voice. Usually, that never happens in court because an enhanced voice is not the original voice. So people who listen to the enhanced voice and says, that sounds like Richard Allen. No, it doesn't, because it's enhanced. It's altered to be heard, which means they have to remove background sounds, which also removes any harshness in the voice. They might pitch it up a bit to make it easier to be heard. So whatever voice is on that enhanced voice recording, you cannot tell who it is just because it is enhanced and altered.
Having the wherewithal to pull out her phone and record that individual, having the wherewithal to know that something wasn't right. Arguably the biggest piece of evidence that we had, that recording of their killer. And then to Abby for hiding the phone. Hiding the phone from
the phone, who stopped pinging and then started pinging hours later. Me and Mo was on that bridge. It's decent coverage on that bridge, and heard from people who actually walked that trail. They have coverage all the trial. There's no reason for the phone to stop pinging. There's no reason for the stop. So referencing to the phone, reference all of it. This slimy shit. Not just the things that suits you. This is a cherry-picked case. A cherry-picked trial. Cherry-picking in trials should be banned altogether.
From the killer so that he couldn't take it with him. Hiding the phone so that law enforcement could find it and get that piece of evidence that Libby had collected.
How do you hide the phone under your foot? How? If one girl is carried to the placement of where they were found, the other girl, with the lack of blood on the scene from her, both, I tell you here, both were dead when they were placed. There was no hiding of the phone. It's impossible to hide a phone when you're dead.
Without the efforts from those two little girls, we wouldn't be here today. So Abby and Libby, thank you.
And it would have cost them $10,000 in a multi-million-dollar trial and multi-million-dollar investigation to have the image of Bridge Guy to check what's his height. Other people have done it. They more or less say 5'8", 5'10". Richard Allen is 5'4", maybe 5'5". That's exculpatory. None of the witnesses described the man they saw on the bridge as short. For instance, if you might have seen the picture of me and Broken Baker and Dave. I'm just shy of 6'4". Baker is 6 foot. Dave is 5'7". Between us, Dave looks short. Richard Allen is shorter than Dave. Not one of the witnesses about Bridge Guy described the man as short. 5'4", 5'5". The first thing that comes to your mind is that guy is short. And none of them uttered the words.
Yeah, we've been saying that for years, how important and how brave everything associated with the video that was taken. And that was the prosecutor in the case. I want to take you through a little timeline map of everything that happened just to refresh your recollections about this case. 126, Bree Wilbur is sitting on a bench near Mears Gate entrance to the trails when she sees this bridge guy, right? This is the guy on the video, the bridge guy.
No, we don't know that. Now he's going into the prosecution's narrative. We don't know if that's the guy. Damn, I need to find that picture of all 4 of them. Hold on here. Hold on. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, I'm trying to find all the 4 sketches. Hold on. Okay, here they are. Hold on while I... These are the 4 sketches. (126). This is what Rayleigh saw. This is the person they are referencing in that Vinny is referencing, the far left. At 1:26 p.m. Betsy's sketch, 2 p.m. for far right. The tall guy with curly hair. 3:57 p.m. Sarah's sketch on the road. 8:30 a.m. That's the guy that Teresa saw near the mailboxes. Folks, it's not the same guy. So between 1:26 p.m. and 3:57 p.m. You can tell me those are the same person. But remember, on the stand, that's what Holman said, that Sarah's sketch, Betsy's sketch, the two sketches that was publicized, he claimed on the stand that's the same person. Yeah. How about that? How about that? Let's go back to Vinny's.
Killer. 1:43, Kelsey German drops Abby and Libby off across from Mears Farm. 2 o'clock, Betsy Blair sees the bridge guy on the first platform of the Monon High Bridge and said he seemed to be looking for someone. 2 o'clock, Betsy Blair is walking away from the Monon High Bridge as she passes Abby and Libby, who are walking towards the bridge. At 2:13, this is the video. Bridge guy is captured in video on Libby German's phone. At 2:32, that's when Libby's phone stops moving. 3:56, Sarah Carbaugh is driving past the Hoosier Harvest store on County Road 300 North.
Yeah, Sarah Carbaugh is an interesting witness, because she is also the person who claimed the car she saw was a 1950s model car. Yeah, doesn't add up, does it?
When she sees a muddy, bloody man walking west on the...
No. At the first investigation, she only said muddy. In the report that was written, that was changed by... In one of the later reports, that was changed to bloody. And after that, she changed her testimony to muddy and bloody.
North side of 300 North, away from the Monon High Bridge. These are the pieces we've been able to put together, right? Even though we didn't see the trial. But let me bring in some guests who did see the trial. Joining me, criminal defense attorney, host of the Defense Diaries podcast, was in the courtroom for the trial, Bob Mata, and private investigator, worked on the case for nearly 2 years, is close with Richard Allen's family. Erica Morse is with us. Thank you both for being here. Erica, it's been a while since I've talked to you about this case. So let's talk about this case. Let's start first with Richard Allen. His wife, Kathy, wasn't there today, right?
No one from the Allen family attended. That was an ongoing discussion between Rick and his family for about the last 2 weeks, Vinny, as to whether or not they should go. And the decision was made that if Rick's advisement by the defense attorneys was to not participate in the pre-sentencing investigation report, and for good reason, that the family would stand with him in solidarity and not accept the verdict by refusing to show up. It is unfair to watch this family, or to ask this family to watch this man be sentenced for crimes he did not commit in a trial that has to be redone.
So, Erica, tell me, why do you believe he did not commit this horrific double murder?
Oh, well, Vinny, we only have, 20 minutes to talk about it tonight. The Frank's memo. Frank's memo, which was not a concoction of the defense team. It was a highly and very thoroughly investigated extension of a report created by an FBI task force who developed that theory. And the man who authored that report died at the hands of an Odinist prison guard 5 days after he turned that report in.
Wait. Say that again?
Mm.
Yeah, I told you about this earlier. One of the investigators, one of the three, was murdered by an Odinist who also was a former prison guard. I didn't know it was 5 days after he turned in the report. But the Odinist theory, folks, is not a conspiracy theory imagined by us. This was from the discovery from the prosecution, handed over to the defense. That report was included. So it is not this, oh, the defense made it up. No, folks. This was an investigation from an FBI task force.
To tell you, Vinny. Bob, back me on this. Am I lying?
No, she's talking about Greg Ferenczi, who was one of the three authors of the Odin Report that Click, Ferenczi, and Kevin Murphy all put together because they continued that line of investigation for years until Greg Ferenczi was killed, and that was in front of a federal building shortly after he turned in that document.
Explain this to how was he killed? So the man who was killed was working for the FBI or was part of the task force? Who exactly was he?
He was one of the three members of the task force tasked with investigating all of the tips related, and I mean all of the tips related to a particular group of individuals. And Greg authored the report. It was turned in, I believe, on May 2nd. And he, on May 7th, was sitting in an office inside the federal building in, I believe it was Indy or Terre Haute. And a Molotov cocktail was thrown through his office window. Greg vacated his office, ran outside in front of the federal building. And that is when he was shot in the head by a former prison guard who is very openly tied to Odinism.
So was that prison guard arrested and prosecuted for this?
Yes, and charged, convicted. Yes, sir, he was.
But he was never interviewed, to my knowledge, by the investigators in this case. He has never been asked. This former prison guard, this open Odinist, was never asked the questions. Who did you do it for? Why did you, with no connection to this investigator, why did he pinpoint that guy? Why did he throw a Molotov cocktail inside of his office and then gunned him down? That's an execution. Is it still a conspiracy theory, folks? Is it? And remember, one of the names they referenced here, Mr. Click, was supposed to testify for the defense in this trial. The weekend before the trial started, he was arrested for claims of from his prior workplace for wrongdoing. The weekend before he was about to testify for the defense. And now he's charged and awaiting trial. Conspiracy theory? Seriously?
And this is one of the many details about the Delphi case that the state does not want the world to know. They don't want the world to know that Todd Click has been charged with unrelated crimes, another member of that task force. They don't want to know about the number of people associated with this case who have died or been charged, myself included. They don't want the world
Wait, you've
to know
been charged with
what's happening in
something now?
Indiana. The bloods. I got to be careful.
Right.
But the blood spatter expert who testified at the Delphi trial was at my home, alone inside my home, 2 days before he testified in the trial, and Bob can attest to that. There's so much y'all don't know, Vinny. There's so much. People are scared, and then to have Doug and Dick sit there today and disparage us for the work we've done and talk about the transparency that they claim occurred in a case where there was none, where the defense team wasn't even allowed to present a case. Let's go. I'm ready. I told you I was going to talk starting the day the gag order was lifted. Let's do this.
Bob, what are you... I'm trying to make some sense of all this. So it seems like there's a big backstory here to the whole Odinism angle. And I just want to clarify this, right? So there's a task force that's part of law enforcement. And there's some members of this task force who had a different theory. They did not believe Richard Allen, or Richard Allen wasn't even on the radar yet for anyone. But they believed that the murder of these two girls was connected to some sort of Odinistic or Odinistic group ritual killing. And what you're telling me is that one member of that group who authored that report is no longer alive. Another one's been arrested for something?
Right before trial. Unrelated to the case, but
is he law enforcement or is she law enforcement? Like the people on this task force, were they law enforcement officers?
Oh yeah, these were all longtime cops. These were all decorated. I mean, just Google Greg Ferenczi. You'll see immediately this guy was highly respected. All of these cops were longtime cops. And that's kind of what we've been saying about, this concept of Doug Carter getting up there and casting shade on the defense for doing their job. Number one, let's just understand that it's their job, and everything that was in that Frank's memo that people on the Richard Allen is guilty. They created this whole narrative thing. The defense did side. I don't know if they just don't realize that all of that came from the discovery tendered to the defense by the state. None of this was cooked up by the defense.
Right.
That exact report we're talking about was in the discovery. That report that we're talking about right now was in the discovery. So when they start talking to these cops, obviously Ferenczi wasn't there to talk to, but the defense called Click, deposed Click. They deposed Kevin Murphy or called Kevin Murphy. They were like, what is this all about? Does this thing have legs?
Wow.
I mean, everything that was in that Frank's memo.
Stay where you are. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll discuss more of these explosive revelations that are being brought by a private investigator who's investigated this case for 2 years.
Again, folks, as they clearly stated here, this was not made up by the defense. This was in discovery from the state. A 3-person task force investigated, wrote the report on the Odinism Theory. One of them murdered 5 days after by an Odinist. At what point does it stop being a conspiracy theory and move into a theory that should have been presented to the jury? But Judge Gall denied it. She claimed there was no nexus. In Indiana rule in order for a third-party defense, then a nexus is provided via confession. Folks, there are 2 confessions regarding the Odinist theory, 2 of them, and she still denied it. A police report, investigative tool about the Odinist theory was handed over to the defense, but Judge Gull denied the defense that opportunity to present that theory to the jury. Again, if you have a strong case, if you have all the evidence you claim you need, you're not scared of those. You cross-examine the witness, you rebut or debunk whatever's in there, and leave it up to the fact finders. But Judge Gull denied that. Now tell me that was a fair trial.
Years. She is with us, Erica Morse, along with Bob Motta, criminal defense attorney, host of Defense Diaries. I've got this information, and I just pulled this up. You know, you're hitting me with this tonight, Erica, but I want the folks at home to hear this, because this is a press release from the U.S. Attorney's Office. A federal grand jury in Indianapolis returned an indictment today, and obviously this goes back in time to 2022, charging a Terre Haute man with the murder of a federal officer, attempted arson of federal property, and using a firearm during a crime of violence causing death. The charges against Shane Meehan, 45, stem from the July 7th, 2021 killing of Terre Haute police detective and FBI task force officer Gregory Ferenczi. Meehan was previously charged by a federal criminal complaint. According to court documents, on July 7th, Meehan drove his pickup truck to the gate of the FBI resident agency building in Terre Haute. Meehan exited his truck and threw a Molotov cocktail toward the building. Shortly thereafter, Terre Haute police detective and FBI task force officer Gregory Ferenczi walked out of the building, just like you said, and was confronted by Meehan, who was holding a firearm. Meehan shot Ferenczi, who died of his injuries. Now, the U.S. Attorney doesn't indicate anything about the investigation or the report connected to Odinism, but what you're saying is the report is handed in 5 days before this happened?
The report was turned in on the 2nd of May, and Greg was killed on the 7th.
Wow. Was any of this litigated, Bob? When was all these revelations coming out first, Erica? When were these pieces put together? And when did you understand, oh my goodness, there might be something else going on here?
The first round of discovery and found the Odin Report. In that discovery, that's when everybody kind of pumped the brakes for a second and went, what the hell are we dealing with here? And
well, how do we know that Shane Meehan does he claim to be an Odinist?
Yes, and he his employment is listed throughout the trial as a former prison guard in the DOC. And as you recall, we had a lot of problems with prison guards inside the DOC being Odinists. Oh gosh, I hope I'm here in 24 hours, Vinny. A lot of problems with allegations about Odinist prison guards, and some of those guys testified at trial. Again, there was a reason why Cameron.
Yeah, one of these Odinist prison guards testified in the trial. Because he was one of the guys who were assigned Richard Allen. An Odinist with Odinist patches was assigned Richard Allen. And then with the claims, he confessed, so he had to testify in court. Andrea Burkhardt, in her coverage, at that day, she came, when she streamed, she says, "This Odinist prison guard, I think he just testified today." And as she put it, I think he made her scared. The way he presented himself.
Cameras weren't allowed in that courtroom. There was a reason why pen and paper only were allowed. And as Andy Baldwin said, a couple of years ago, standing inside one of the courthouses, he said, "It's time for journalists to be journalists." And we were begging you guys, while being stifled, silenced, threatened, retaliated against, gagged, to dig deeper and deeper, because we couldn't tell the world what was happening. But what we continued to do throughout the process is file motions and provide information that should have been allowed in at trial to be explored by a jury. And not only was it not allowed, but then today, a very extreme effort was made to shut down any attempt to let us talk about it. And listen, I'm all in at this point. An innocent man was just sentenced to 130 years in prison today. His wife has become one of my best friends. And I can't let this go. Rick Elan is an innocent man, and we can prove it.
All right, stay where you are. We're going to do an extra segment on this. We're going to take a short break right now, but Bob Motta, Erica Morse staying with us. Big night here. Richard Allen sentenced to 130.
Only on Court TV.
Baldwin, can you provide any comment?
Journalism. It's time for you guys to start being journalists.
That was the call from Richard Allen's attorney in the Delphi murder case. And we're in the midst of doing some of that right now on this program. Welcome back. Richard Allen, 130 years. He was sentenced today. Presented no evidence, said nothing. They're going, banking on the appellate process in all of this. Erica Morse is with us, private investigator, has worked this case for 2 years. Bob Motta knows this case inside out, has been covering it in defense diaries. Bob Motta's a great attorney. So the man who shoots and kills the author of the Odinism Report, and shoots and kills the FBI task force member, who's a Terre Haute detective, is now in a hospital, not competent to stand trial, apparently, for these federal charges. He's having mental issues. So I don't know what's going on there. Bob Motta, let me ask you a quick question.
Isn't that convenient? That all of a sudden, this guy who has worked within the DOC, Department of Corrections, who murdered a law enforcement guy, all of a sudden, oh, he is not mentally sufficient to stand trial. According to who? Isn't that real fucking convenient? Real fucking convenient. Because if he goes forward with an insanity defense, well, sure. But what if the defense also wants to bring forward he was told to do it? I don't know. I don't know.
Quick answer. What can the defense team do with this information? And this, does this become anything that can be used to get a new trial?
Yeah, I mean, a bulk of it was contained in the Franks memo. I mean, that, a huge amount of what we've been talking about was contained in the Franks memo.
It's larger than that. If you've got someone who's alleged to be a former Department of Corrections Odinist who shoots and kills the author of the guy who says the Odinists are responsible for the murder of Abby and Libby.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to make that connection. I don't know if that connection's been made. It certainly wasn't brought up by the defense in that context because they're worried about defending Richard Allen.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying?
So that connection, is that new evidence that could get you potentially a new trial?
If it has legs.
Okay. Erica Morse, does it have legs?
Its legs, and there's a lot of new information. You know, the one thing I really have to stress here is that this defense team, a group of individuals assigned and then some others brought on by request, independently and collectively, you know, we keep hearing countless hours. Well, I did a little bit of very conservative math today, and I'd say on our end, conservatively, 22 to 25,000 hours as a team on this case. And we have done such thorough investigating. We took that 27-page Odin report and turned it into a 136-page Frank's memo. And there is a reason they fought to keep that out. And there is a reason why every time we tried to get it in, it was shut down quickly. We have conflicts of interest running amok in this case. We have very strange timelines that don't fit.
Yeah, connection that doesn't fit, as in one of the first people brought in as a person of the two first persons brought in as person of interest in this were both Odinists. Both. One of them is a masonry brother with the prosecutor. The other one confessed to the murder, telling... No, not the other one. It's the third one in this. Elvis Fields told when he was interviewed by one of these investigators that if they found his saliva on the victims, he could explain it. Who the fuck says that? And this happened within a month of the start of this investigation back in 2017. Now, Elvis Fields' alibi is that, I was in a hospital. Well, they tried to check that out, and we can't find you at the hospital. And his excuse was, my phone isn't registered there because hospitals jam phones so that we can't interrupt. Hospitals doesn't jam phones. You're asked to not use your phone, but they don't jam your phone. Folks, Elvis Fields, his alibi is zero. Zero. He has no alibi. And the cops know it. The prosecution knows it, and Judge Golds knows it. A person who told the investigators, if my spit is found on the victims, I can explain it. Never investigated further. Because the cops said, he always says strange things. So fucking what? So fucking what? Brooklyn asks, who was the guy working on the ATM machines? That would be Brad Weber, who changed his story, I believe 5 times, from when he was interviewed in 2017 to when he testified in trial. All of a sudden, he claims his van was the van that's startled. Brad Weber, you a lying sack of shit. You lying sack of shit. But we do know that he has access to a van. We do know that one of the girl's phone stopped pinging. We do know that the last ping of the phone was not at the Monon Bridge. It was somewhere else. Is it still a conspiracy theory, folks? Is it? Is it still a conspiracy theory?
For those who were in the courtroom today, there was the one thing that Brad did ask was that the record be corrected to reflect that Rick was not arrested on October 28th, that he was actually arrested on October 26th. And I can tell you that I've spent the last 2 weeks of my life going through every minute of October 26th through October 28th, and it has resulted in a lot of new information.
Okay. We're out of time for tonight, but obviously we will continue to follow up on this. Erica Morris, appreciate you coming on and providing some of this new information. Obviously, it gives us something to work on. Bob Motta, thank you as well. All right, folks.
Yeah, so that was from Court TV. That was from Court TV. Now, let's try to find, because Erica Morris let's see here. She was interviewed not that long ago, but yeah. Yeah, folks. Sorry. It's getting warm on my head here. So yeah. Is it still a conspiracy theory? Or is it now elevated to a theory? Of what, in my opinion, makes more sense with the crime scene and the timeline. All right, now time for something more fun. Got a package. I got a package. I'm not entirely sure who sent it to me. I have no name to it. So oh. Somebody apparently heard I'm starting to cover the Karen Reed case. Right. Is this a full onesie? No. It's oh wow. Oh, hold on. I'm going to put it on. Hold on. I'm going to put it on. Ow. Thank you, whoever sent this. It might have been drunk me. I don't know. Connor! Oh! Connor! For you who don't know, this is Connor Harrison, it is Jeff's son. Connor is, packing because he's traveling to Korea to... Oh, I really, really hope in all of this, well, you will find about 1,000 miniature rubber duckies that I made Jeff buy. And I hope you find the logins to Jeff's channel so that we can, well, you will get help from Megan or from Aussie how to put everything on and fix it so that we can do the stream from Jeff's channel and everything. Hello, Connor. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, I had Jeff on here so many times. So many times. And he made me belly laugh. And I've seen the clips that people have been sharing about Jeff. He made everybody belly laugh. That was his thing. Because no matter the situation, we could cover the most outrageous trial. And we still found something to belly laugh about. And Gin and Tonic. No, hold on. I need to find. Vasa 1628. This is the final thing me and Jeff shared. Oof. Oh. The final message I had with your dad was, "Hey, bought this." And he says, "Looks delicious." So yeah, this is, yeah. And I have a bunch more. So I can confidently say I will never run out of this. Never. So I'm going to Utah in September. I hope I can meet up with you. Well, you already know that. I told you. To Jeff. This Vasa 1628 is a recreation of the world's oldest liquor found on the sunken warship Vasa, Brännvin 33%. And here, let me read here. The incredible story of the world's oldest liquor begins on August 10th, 1628. The Swedish king Gustav II Adolf's new mighty warship, Vasa, leaves Stockholm's harbor for her maiden voyage. But she is misconstructed and capsizes after a few hundred meters. I need to do a Maritime Monday on the warship Vasa. I need to do one of those. And capsizes after a few hundred meters. A liquor bottle follows the ship down to the depths and settles amid gunpowder, cannons, and skeletons for 333 years. But in 1961, when the ship is salvaged, so is the bottle, and item number 02559 is brought to the surface again. The bottle has been a secret to the public since then, but with the help of one drop, we have recreated the recipe from 1628. The result is an anise-flavored superior wine distillate with a hint of history. Created and produced by Vasa 1628 in cooperation with the Vasa Rediviva Foundation to spread the story about the warship Vasa. Now, I'm not a sailor. Neither is Hayden. But I think we owe it to Jeff to have one of these. Imagine this, 2 absolute land crabs trying to do a Maritime Monday talking about the warship Vasa. Ooh. Skånik, I'll make some time to meet you. Yeah, I'll be there for... my plans are that, so I will be in Utah for 2 weekends. I know that your schedule somewhat. You told me at least. So I will make sure to make my schedule work so we can meet up. You can bring Broken Baker on. He's allegedly a sailor. Well, it's more seaman. Yeah, Dave might be on, who is actually a sailor. And Horse Welfare, thank you for your super chat. I want Connor Harrison to know that Jeff had a very positive impact on my life. He always lifted my spirits and made me laugh. I am forever grateful. Jeff had that. He stayed away from drama. He just wanted to have fun. He had people on... when he had that on his F-It Friday, he had one girl on who was very blessed with an OnlyFans. Oh, she had a law degree, but she chose OnlyFans because money. That was an interesting stream. I don't know how he found her. I have no idea how he found her. Oh. Oh. Yeah, so maybe we can bring a few people on to talk about the warship Vasa on the Maritime Monday. Wow. I don't think Jeff needed OnlyFans or anything of the sort. I don't think he needed. I don't think he did. Oh. All right. More gin and tonic. In a short glass with a funny straw. Connor says, didn't need to know dads go through OnlyFans to find guests. I don't think he needed to. Something caught his attention, like, wait a minute, here's an article about a lawyer who does OnlyFans. I need to have her on. Oh. Yeah, so I don't think your dad needed OnlyFans. I really don't. Oh. Oh. Or this stream became first me complaining about, because this is a Christmas aftermath stream for all you people who have to do the cleanup, throw away the trash, listening to unappreciative kids who didn't like their gift for some reason. And me today was woken up from my nap, learning that my very thoughtful gift was, as she put it, did you keep the receipt? Of course I did. But seriously, you got the gift this morning? And you barely can wait until I get home to ask for a receipt? Yeah, ouch. Yeah, at least wait a week. I mean, it's over here we have a 30-day period where we can return things. At least wait more than a couple of hours. So yeah, this is more of a stop doing the dishes, stop cleaning up, have a drink. All right. And then we went into the Odinism. Tomorrow, me and Mo are going through the Odinist Report. And what happened? What did I buy from Mrs. Viking? Miss Viking. It's not Mrs., it's Miss. We are not getting married. We are going on New Year's. We are going on a 2-day cruise on New Year's. So that was my gift to her. She loves cruises. She really does. So that is what we are doing for New Year. So, which tells you guys no streams on New Year's or New Year's Day. So yeah, we are going cruising. And I'm going to spoil her. I'm going to spoil her rotten. Did I keep the receipt? Oh, Ghost! Did you find it? Share the link. Share the link. Ghost found the OnlyFans plus Legal Vices upload. Oh, share it. It's not like he's can copyright me at the moment. And okay, I got this either from Drunk Me or from one of you guys. Yes, I will be covering the Karen Reed case going forward because oh, there it is. All right, let's see it here. Share screen. Is it that one? No. Yeah. No, not the OnlyFans model. Or is it? No, not the OnlyFans model. Ghost. His F It Friday stream with the OnlyFans lawyer. So not that one. Okay, it's one of the his F-It Fridays. Let's see, playlist F-It Fridays. There you have it, F-It Friday. No. Not that one. Not that one. Definitely not that. Let's see here. It must have been this year. Not that one. Not that one. Yeah, I can't find it. But one of them have it. One of that. White Rabbit, my birthday is Boxing Day the 26th. I'll be 60. Oh! Due to health issues, I'm not allowed to drink, so I have my favorite drink, Gin and Tonic, for me. It's the one drink I truly miss. I'm very sorry. First of all, happy birthday. Over here, it is the 26th. And I'm sorry that you cannot do... I'm sorry about your health issues, but since it's the 26th over here, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear White Rabbit Ann. Happy birthday to you. And she says, everyone who can have a gin and tonic on the 26th for my 60th birthday. No Jummy Jim per doc orders. Yeah. So everybody say happy birthday to White Rabbit Ann. Let's see, beautiful gamer. I feel it was when Chandler used to be on his streams too. I think it was this spring. But yeah. But I don't have the time. I don't have the time. Okay. Anything else you guys want to talk about? Because I ran out of things to say. I've shared so many clips with me and Jeff. I'm going to save for the 27th will be a memorial stream of Jeff. Donnie on Direct, Donnie on will host it. And hopefully, if Connor gets a hold of Jeff's logins and stuff, we might do where everything is originated from Jeff's channel. Oh, PayPal! Thank you so much from M169, who says, I love the retro St. Nick outfit. I hope you had a good holiday. Praying for Richard Allen to get justice, as well as those poor girls. Thank you for your $5. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, I have a PayPal. Thank you so much. Law Kong Express says Sax twins just had their birthdays. So happy birthday to Zachary Anderson's twin boys. I hope you get to meet your dad again really soon. I know that the appeals are in the works. He has an excellent appeals attorney. And she found things we had no idea about. So, yeah. Oh. Canadian whiskey and Mexican beer, it's an international celebration. I don't have either at here. I don't think so. I have tequila in a jug, and I have whiskey in a jug because I like jugs. Oh. Have the appeal been lodged? No. The appeals notice was thoroughly filed, and then they have time to file the actual appeal. So, tequila is Mexican, yes. This is actual Mexican tequila. It's product of Mexico, imported by and bottled in Western MO. What's MO? I don't know. What state is MO? Missouri. Okay, Missouri. Thank you, KLF. M169. Did I get those in Tennessee? Yes. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Mouse Yuri. Yeah, oh, Missouri. Yeah. And will call magic. Let's see the communication line between Finland and somewhere didn't affect your communications. Yeah. Yeah, I saw about that. Some Chinese vessels have a knack of all of a sudden they drag their anchor across the bottom of the ocean, and they now have severed the Finland-Baltic internet line. Let's see here, let's go. Woo, happy birthday from Connor. Yeah, Happy birthday to White Rabbit. White Rabbit Dan. Yeah, I don't have much more to say unless you give me something to talk about. I didn't prepare this at all because my plan was not to go streaming until tomorrow with the Odinism Report with Mo in the deep end. And so I have no plans except having a Gin Tonic or 5. This thing smells. I cannot figure out why China want to get involved here. It's because Russia. Yeah, but let's not go into all of that conflict. Winnie Blind. No, I just got notification. Don't go. Okay. I won't. Let's see if I can find something fun here. Wednesday, can we talk about Luigi and jury nullification? Luigi, yes. Let's see here. Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. Let's listen into Luigi Mangion and his court hearing. Luigi Mangion. There it is. First of all, that perp walk, stupid. No matter how much they try, folks, it's just a murder. It is one murder. There are thousands of them. The perp walk, I mean, for you who don't know, New York does not usually allow cameras in court. But this guy, they do. And then the perp walk. And the mayor went there, mayor of New York, who is having trouble for himself, went there to be a part of the perp walk. And take a look at this scene here. If they were very, very concerned about his safety, why are they looking at him and not the audience? Yeah, let's listen into this thing.
Is indictment, sir, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
It's the first time we're hearing from suspected murderer Luigi Mangion himself on the shocking allegations wagered against him. He says he didn't commit murder in the death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, and Mangion's defense team has a lot to say too.
And we're going to fight these charges, whether it's in the state or federal, to the fullest extent.
Mangion appeared in New York State Court early Monday morning for an arraignment on his state charges. All of this comes after a nearly month-long saga, starting with the murder of Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan on December 4th. Thompson was in town for an investors meeting when he was gunned down in broad daylight outside of the New York Hilton Midtown. The case immediately gained national attention, not only for the murder, but also for the nationwide manhunt that followed for the suspected gunman who seemingly disappeared. He only left behind several shell casings at the scene, with the words delay, deny, defend written on them. So early on, it seemed that the suspect may have been making a statement about the United States healthcare system, and
Now, we did have a discussion regarding unibrows. Now, lucky for me, I don't have one. My family have a lot of them. My grandfather had to shave here and here to not have a solid unibrow all over. And yeah, I don't know. How fast does unibrows grow back? I don't know. Just a question that deserves to be asked.
Investigators say all of that was backed up when they arrested 26-year-old Mangion and found his notebook. Inside this notebook, Mangion apparently wrote about his intent to whack the CEO of one of the insurance companies at its investor conference. So Mangion was arrested in Altoona, Pennsylvania, where he now faces several charges, including
Tammy asks if she can get a wrench. Folks, yes or no? Tammy, does she deserve or need a wrench? Yes or no in the chat. Brooklyn says no. Yes. Sadie says yes. Gigi says yes. All right, here we go. It is all right there. Done. You have a wrench. If Gigi says yes, then it's a yes. Valhalla says yes. Okay, Gigi and Valhalla says yes, then it's a yes. Yeah. You now have a wrench. Congratulations.
forgery and possessing instruments of a crime, because we can't forget he was found with a ghost gun when he was arrested at that Altoona, Pennsylvania McDonald's. Late last week, Mangion finally waived his extradition and was flown over to New York, where he faces both federal and state charges. The federal indictment was unsealed just last week,
Val.
and we broke it down
By
right
the way,
here.
hello, Valhalla. Hey, Val. This is number 7, Gin and Tonic. This might be a drunken stream. Do I need guests on, folks? Do I need guests on? I have to, yeah, I need guests on. Val, get on here. Excited. Hella. You covered this? Will Call Magic says I'll have to wait at least an hour before he can join the stream. My stream depends a bit about how long I stay awake. Oh no. Oh no. I saw that. Wheel of Regrets. Are we seriously going to go Wheel of Regrets, folks? Yeah, all right. Let's go. Wheel of Regrets. Pick a wheel. Let's see. Oh, I have an add-on for the Wheel of Regrets. Hold on. I'm just going to go fetch it. And I need a spoon. Somebody sent me this. Fermented Korean chili paste. That needs to go on the Wheel of Regrets. I'm trying to open the motherfucker. It really doesn't want to get open. I need something sharp here. Sharp thing. This is a sharp thing. Yeah. While drunk, I'm opening a box with an axe. What could go wrong? Hey, it worked. You have to be careful with axes. Okay, the picker wheel. Chili paste goes on. All right. Share this instead. Ooh. Sorry. Now, here we had today, and let's see, we got $100 from Wendy H. Let's show it. $100 from Wendy H. $5 from Diamonds and Henna. Iron Rabbit gifted 20 memberships. And Megan Fox gifted $10. Jennifer Devine with $20. Merry Christmas. Thank you for you. I can't be anybody else. Thank you. Fire Pixie gifted 5 memberships. And Horse Welfare with $5. I don't know how to add up that. But let's spin the wheel of regrets. It's a sour shot. It's a sour shot. It's a sour shot. This is the sour shot called Små Sure. Little sour. This is not a little sour. But once you get past the sour thing, it's actually quite tasty. It's actually quite tasty. Dun dun dun. Cheers. Oh. Oh. John C. Stop him! This could be a show ender. Oh. All right. I have no idea. Every $50, okay? Every $50, I spin the wheel. All right? That is in super chats, gifted memberships, or PayPal, or the buy me a coffee thing. So you mods, put the links up. Put the links up. Whew. It's the 26th. It's not even a Friday, but well, it's 26th for me. It's 25th for you. Hey, GD, thank you. Replaced. Buy me a coffee. If you no, usually it's PayPal, but I do know that not everybody has PayPal. But give me a coffee. Buy me a coffee works in the States as well. So I have to check that as well. So, okay, I have that page up. Now let's go back to the Luigi and things.
On law and crime. But in case you missed it, here's the Reader's Digest version. The federal cases Mangion faces are charges of murder through the use of firearm, 2 stalking charges, and a firearms offense. All right, I know you're multitasking when you're watching our videos, but if you're out running errands, listen up. I have to tell you about this new app called Upside that gets you free cash back on daily essentials.
Oh, we don't need the commercials.
Once again on the state charges. Now a reminder, those charges are 1st-degree murder, 2nd-degree murder, 2nd-degree murder as a crime of terrorism, 2 counts of criminal possession of a weapon in the 2nd degree, and a final count of criminal possession of a weapon in the 3rd degree. This was the first time we saw Mangion in street clothes instead of a jumpsuit as he was marched into court. The hearing began with Mangion entering a plea.
Charge you with the crime of murder in the 1st degree and other related charges. How do you plead to this indictment, sir? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
After that, we learned some new info almost right away, that the state case will come before a federal case.
As we understand that we have primary jurisdiction, and we have been informed by the U.S. Attorney that they intend on.
Okay, with those 5 memberships, now we are $35 away from a spin on the wheel, because my memberships is just $3 a month. So when gifted 5, that's $15. Yeah.
Allowing us to try our case first. So with respect to whatever goes on there, as the party with primary jurisdiction, the trial and the sentencing will take place here prior to anything that takes place in the federal system.
Up next in the hearing, Mangion's defense, headed by Karen Agnifilo. We'll let her explain what concerns she brought up to the court.
First, we'd request immediate expedited discovery in this case. The people have had this case for about almost 3 weeks, and that's more than enough time to gather as much information as they can give to us, especially now that we have 2 proceedings that we have to answer to, one of them being death eligible. So we are requesting that we get immediate discovery of the New York City Police Department and FBI and federal and state documents. And the second thing I want to make a record of, Your Honor, is I'm very concerned about my client's right to a fair trial in this case. He's being prejudiced by some statements that are being made by government officials. Like every other defendant, he is entitled to a presumption of innocence, but unfortunately, the way this has been handled so far.
We have a guest! We have a guest! We have a guest! It's Hella! Hey! Hey, Hella!
Hello! How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
You're a little intoxicated, maybe?
Tiny bit. Tiny bit.
A bit festive? Tiny bit festive. Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you covered this? You have... everybody, this is Hella, also known as Excited Utterance.
Yeah.
Please fill us in. What's going on here?
Okay, so this is his arraignment, and he is with his lawyer, who happens to be the wife of the lawyer who's representing Diddy.
Oh.
Yeah. So they're a power couple, right? So you can imagine how, completely loaded they are. Now, interestingly, when she came out as being his lawyer, there was a lot of flurry online about how they're both, the 2 lawyers, they must be disgusting and evil because they're both, representing the most reprehensible people. But then when she is in court here, I don't know how much of it you've played, but she's awesome. She's really sticking it to him, and especially sticking it to the mayor, because the New York City mayor is not very liked right now. And the way that he got out there and was behind Luigi for the very long and dramatic perp walk. Have you shown that?
Well, we've shown a bit of the perp walk, but we haven't gotten to when she talks about it. One thing that is, people always reference, how can they defend these people? It's really easy. You get paid for it.
Well, there's that. And also, there's a set of rights that these people have, and you need to defend them. And if you don't defend them, then the government's just going to throw them out there for the worst possible charges that they can throw at them. That's what they will do.
Yeah,
so it's very simple.
Yeah, and already we covered the Delphi case and the press conference afterwards, where they blamed the defense for some certain things. The defense is obligated to put forward, to zealously defend their client.
Yes.
And no matter how you put it, how can you do it? Well, because the founding fathers told us in the USA, that's how you're supposed to.
Yeah,
the presumption of innocence. And so the only person in a trial that has rights according to the Constitution and Bill of Rights is the defendant.
That's right. And it's disgusting, actually. Sometimes the judges or even the prosecutors will say, but the rights of the state. No, the state has no rights. The state has no rights. The right is of the defendant. It is the state versus the defendant. The state is already well and truly on the upper hand, walking right into that courtroom. The state is the winner because they have far more resources. They can put a person to death. They can kill a person.
Yeah.
So when it comes down to it, the defendant can't possibly outnumber the state in terms of resources and ability to win against the government. They just can't.
No.
So they need to be defended. I don't understand this whole thing about not being able to live with yourself because you are defending someone else's rights. That just doesn't make any sense to me.
No. I mean, I do labor law, and sometimes I have to. My clients are sometimes some of the most reprehensible people out there. But it's easy because protect their rights, hold the opposing party account for they have all the resources, they have all the what do you call it, the what's it called, the burden of proof. You have to hold them accountable for it, because sometimes even with the most reprehensible clients, they are actually innocent in that particular case.
Yes.
As in the Murdoch case. He might be guilty of...
Interesting.
He might be guilty 99 times out of 100. He might be guilty. That doesn't mean you automatically presume his guilt in the last one.
That's actually a really good example, because he will either way be in prison for the rest of his life. So therefore, why assume that he murdered his wife and child? Because that's a much bigger thing to put onto somebody, that they murdered their wife and child, right? So there the state put forth 2 to 3 weeks of this evidence of financial crimes. The fact that the judge allowed that to come in made him look like this terrible person. And he is a terrible person.
Yeah.
But it takes a much more terrible person to murder your wife and child. And that's why he's fighting that so vigorously, because he says he didn't do it. And therefore, if he didn't do it, let's just say for a minute he didn't do it. I believe he didn't do it, actually. If he didn't do it, and I think the state didn't prove that he did it, if he didn't do it, he wants that off his record.
Yeah, and also if he didn't do it, somebody else did.
Someone else did.
Yeah.
Indeed.
And for me, when it comes to the Murdoch trial, there's a lot of evidence that shows he did it, except the evidence that shows that he didn't. He was nowhere near. According to the phone data, he was a mile away when his wife's phone took the final steps. He was a mile away.
Yes. I should get Crime and Cask on this channel with you.
Sure.
Jim, because he's written a whole book on how it's not possible that one person could have carried out that crime.
Yeah. Now, would it be possible that he was involved? Yeah. But that's not the state's case.
No.
That's not the state's case. And when it comes to this guy, his presumption of innocence should be there. The perp walk is... There's no need for a perp walk. A perp walk is only there to influence a potential jury. That's the only reason.
It's getting a person from here to there.
Yeah.
This is the interesting thing. That's all it's about. It's just about getting a person from A to B. That's it. It shouldn't be a display.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Have you got it? Or should we watch it later?
His rights are being violated, and as you know, Your Honor, there's a wealth of case law guaranteeing his right to a fair trial, but none of the safeguards have been put in place yet here. In fact, it's just the opposite of what's been happening. He's a young man, and he is being treated like a human ping-pong ball between two warring jurisdictions here. These federal and state prosecutors are coordinating with one another, but at the expense of him. They have conflicting theories in their indictments, and they are literally treating him like he is like some sort of political fodder, like some sort of spectacle. He was on display for everyone to see in the biggest staged perp walk I've ever seen in my career. It was absolutely unnecessary. He's been cooperative with law enforcement. He had been in custody for over a week. He waived extradition. He was cooperative at all accounts. There was no reason for the NYPD and everybody to have these big assault rifles that, frankly, I had no idea was in their arsenal. And to have all of these, the press there, the media there, it was like perfectly choreographed. And what was the New York City mayor doing at this press conference, Your Honor? That just made it utterly political. And as Your Honor knows, under Lauro v. Charles, the Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit has held it to be clearly established that these staged perp walks to the media, unrelated to a legitimate law enforcement objective, is unconstitutional. And I submit there was zero law enforcement objective to do that sort of perp walk. There's absolutely no need for that whatsoever. And frankly, Your Honor, the mayor should know more than anyone about the presumption of innocence that he too is afforded when dealing with his own issues. And frankly, I submit that he was just trying to detract from those issues by making a spectacle of Mr. Mangione. And there are consequences to this. He has a right to a fair trial. And I just want to put on the record statements that the mayor made publicly about my client. Nothing saying alleged, for example, and he said, I wanted to send a strong message with the police commissioner that we're leading from the front. I'm not going to just allow him to come into our city. I wanted to look him in the eye and state, you carried out this terrorist act in my city, the city of New York that I love. And he wanted to show symbolism. Your Honor, he's not a symbol. He's somebody who is afforded the right to a fair trial. He's innocent until proven guilty. And the mayor was talking to jurors, future potential jurors that elected him. Those are the people that elected him, that he is talking to and calling this man a terrorist. So, Your Honor, I just want to make a record of this and put everyone on notice that this has to stop. And my client is entitled to a fair trial and the presumption of innocence.
Would you mind pausing, Nick?
Here's how
Okay, so I didn't know that the mayor had gone and spoken publicly and not used the word allegedly, right? And said that he wants to put this man up as a symbol and say that you won't walk into my beloved New York City and terrorize people, right? How could he do that? That is appalling.
Yeah. That, if we go in, because I'm wearing the duckies, that is witness tampering and jury tampering.
Yes. It's appalling. Now, a couple of other things that are happening is people are commenting a lot. You know, I always have a look at the comments because I have my show on Sundays. A little plug there, 4 p.m. Eastern. So little bit of things that people are talking about. They are tweeting, notice that the attorney and Luigi seem to have the same outfit on. And she said coordinating. So she goes coordinating, and then you suddenly notice that they're wearing this burgundy white thing that's happening. It's very interesting what's going on here, these optics. And then you notice that there's these two like thug officers behind her. And then when they do a wider shot in a minute, you'll see there's 4.
Yeah.
There's actually 4, right? So what's going on? Do they think he's going to spontaneously combust?
Yeah, there they are. And they put them there because, as they claim, protect him.
Oh.
Then why are they looking at him and not the audience?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so stupid.
It's just ridiculous. And also, one more thing before we keep going. We never get to see inside a New York City.
No. New York City
ever.
Does not portray... They don't allow cameras in court. But all of a sudden, they do.
Yeah. Oh, and I love the way she called out the mayor for detracting from his own legal issues. How big of a burn was that? She's good.
Yeah.
I like her.
Yeah. And it's a reason why these defense attorneys... Because now, up in Pennsylvania. His attorney there first opposed the extradition, and then we're not anymore. That was a delay tactics because they needed his team in place when he got there.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Assumption of innocence.
Here's how the judge responded.
All right, well, as you know, I have very little control as to what happens outside of this court. But I can guarantee you, as I guarantee every defendant that comes through these doors, that the defendant will receive a fair trial. And we will carefully select a jury if that time comes or when that time comes. But yes, you should expedite discovery.
And the state replied to all this too.
Your Honor, the discovery in this case is voluminous, to say the least. I have never seen a case with such volume of evidence, aside from the issue of the quality.
That's a lie. Folks, it's a murder trial. It's a murder trial.
Please.
Voluminous? No. This, I can guarantee you guys that this prosecutor has prosecuted embezzlement. That is vast. This is, folks, yes, it's an enormous case. It's a CEO of whatever's, and this guy, it's one murder.
Mm-hmm.
On this channel, we have covered multiple murders. We have covered serial killers. This is not a big case in that regard regarding to evidence. It's not. It's a murder case.
Also, in a minute, he's going to say that, can you just give us a external 2 terabyte drive? 2 terabytes. That's not much, actually.
No.
2 terabytes.
The YSL trial, 7 terabytes.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
So in this case, 2 terabytes only tells me that the pictures they have are high resolution. Because high resolution pictures takes up a lot of space.
There will be a bunch of CCTV from a lot of streets. Most of it's going to be useless, right? So this is normal. Like, prosecutors always love getting up in front of, especially cameras, and saying, we've got terabytes of evidence. We've got documents like piled up. We've got all this stuff. And it makes it sound like you've got so much against the person, whereas it's really just like data that most of it's useless.
Yeah, I mean, the thumbnail to this stream, let's see, is, yeah, I have no idea, 1280 times 720 pixels. That's a good number of megabytes.
It'd be
Let's check
1.2 megabytes.
Let's see here. Collected files. 1.5 megabytes. The music I played in the beginning of the stream, 2 megabytes.
Yep.
So 2 terabytes? Yeah, not that much if you have a high resolution things.
Look, they did it in the Brian Koberger case. They said we have like 30 terabytes, 300, or something like that. It was just ridiculous. They kept going on about all these terabytes that they had, right? It's because they conducted a bunch of search warrants. And when the search warrants come in, they just give you everything. Because they did really broad search warrants. And that's actually part of the reason why there's a motion to suppress now, because they did really too broad, right? You can't just go a catch-all for 3 years, right? And I'm sure that's probably what they've done here. They've gone and done a catch-all, and it would be all of his Google searches, all of his Spotify downloads, everything that attached to all of his Google accounts, for example. And I mean, you know, when you sign in with Google, any app that you ever use. And then there's all the CCTV as well. And that would be 24 hours a day around that time where he was. And there was 10 days, wasn't there, that he was in New York?
Yeah, some of that sort.
Yeah. It's just it's funny the way they make it sound like it's all evidence against him, whereas it's just discovery that the lawyers on the other side are going to have to sift through to find if there's anything exculpatory in there.
Of the evidence. And I suggest to counsel, because we have a discovery portal, but given how much evidence there is against this defendant, it would be smarter if counsel could provide us with a 2 terabyte external drive rather than rely on the crashing of the portal.
This is so stupid. Folks, 2 terabytes is not that much. I can download a 2 terabyte movie in less than a minute.
No, you couldn't. A terabyte's 1,000 gigabytes.
I have 500 GB download thing. Yeah, maybe a bit. 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But it's not that much, but it sounds from him, it would crash. But that tells us more about the capacity of the site.
Yeah, exactly. What's wrong with the portal that you could crash it that quickly?
Yeah. That's so stupid.
He's being so dramatic.
Oh.
Respect to statement and identification notice, we will be giving that notice within the next 15 days. We're preparing an ADF. We'll do our best to expedite discovery, but I'll say that with redactions and with the volume of it, we're hoping to do it as best we can this is not a usual case in terms of the thousands of hours of video tracking and the like, and the fact that...
And there it is. It's not that the case is voluminous. It is all the video evidence. That's the voluminous, which they claim tracks the murder to this guy. And video, that takes up a lot of space. It doesn't mean that the investigation in itself is voluminous.
No, it's just tricky. That's all.
Yeah.
There's a lot of redactions to make. There's probably a lot of like children's faces and things like that in there. They have to go through the whole lot and fix it all.
Yeah.
So okay, and maybe lose a few things as well. Unfortunately, I just lost that little bit of a video that had someone else shooting. By the way, I actually think they've got the right guy. I think it's. I'm not saying that there's any conspiracy going on here, but I just love the way there's this theater that's going on.
I mean, with all the unibrow things and everything, but I mean, I think this will be more. It's a clear cut, but as somebody said, how are you going to work around the fact about the person he did end? There's tens of thousands of people who have been denied the coverage when their loved one needed surgery or medical attention. Maybe hundreds of thousands. So how do you avoid jury nullification?
That's a really interesting point. I mean, jury nullification's one of those things that supposedly doesn't get talked about. You don't discuss jury nullification. Jury nullification happens in the jury room. They don't collude to it. It just happens like magic. I've never witnessed it. I've not seen it. Have you, Nick?
No, not on any of my streams. I mean, on my streams, mostly people get convicted, or in one case, we had that guy who won the
directed verdict.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
The one judge with balls. He was great.
Yeah. But in this case, I mean, looking at all the people who looks into this. Now, I have a slightly different angle here because the CEO of this medical whatevers came from nothing.
Yes.
Literally nothing.
Yeah, he worked his way up.
This guy is a trust fund kid.
Yeah.
This kid is the inheritance of billions with a B. Now, I had this discussion with Steve Gosney.
Yeah.
About people who are easily getting themselves into cults of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
People who search for something. A trust fund kid with no purpose, who search for purpose, are so easy for these cults to get. We can take care of you. And so, did he get involved himself in one of these cult-ish, where everything is blamed on the medical provider thingies? And yeah, maybe, because apparently
Dying to know, yeah.
it's hard for us to understand that don't have that thing.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard that his mother had some illness that they didn't, not United. Her mother was with United, but he wasn't. But then I've also heard that the family owned some nursing homes that United screwed over in some way.
Yeah, there's a lot of rumors going out there, and I can't wait for more information to come out of it. We heard about his back surgery, but again, if that was failed to him, he at that point in time, he was under the age of 25, which means he was still covered by his parents' insurance, so which would have been easily corrected through his insurance. And they weren't even insured by this CEO's company. So why?
Okay, maybe it's not about him though, and I feel like he's trying to be a figure of. He's trying to make a statement, right? So this is his moment to speak out for the injustice against the American people. He's actually trying to do something in some way kind of good, but he's done it in a fucked up way, basically, right? So the way to solve injustices is not to go around shooting people, but he has started a conversation. It's a really important conversation. This has to happen because as long as I've ever known any Americans, they've always been very upset about the American healthcare system. And it seems to me that this has just brought this giant cyst to a head because it's horrible. Like the things that are being said out there, people are like, well, yeah, this CEO is dead, but at least we're talking about it.
Yeah.
We're not only responsible for discovery in this county, but in Altoona, where the arrest was made and where several officers were involved. And we're in touch with those people, and we're going to get everything counsel's entitled to. As to other issues, I think a 30-day adjournment to see where we're at, and to, of course, counsel's aware of the various notices. We have notices as well. I take it that the council will abide by the statutory limitations on their notices with respect to any notices they believe to be appropriate. As to council's record on the mayor, basically repeating what the mayor said, I don't know how that advances the ball. We will comply with our ethical obligations with respect to trying this defendant's guilt in this courtroom and this courtroom alone.
All right, lots to break down in this case. So we've got to break.
Do you have the perp walk?
Let's see here.
It's such theater. It's just, you need like some sort of like music behind it, like something out of like perhaps something from a DC Marvel movie or something, because it has been there is a scene in Batman where they catch him and there's the mayor and all of these like really like armed like militia that are around him, and Batman's been caught and they bring him into town, and it just like it looks
The man
so
accused.
Let's see here. I'm going through Luigi Perp Walk here. I'm trying to find a news story that will not.
Luigi Mangion.
It's the Luigi, eh? I'm just having a look through my playlist. I think I've got it somewhere.
Yeah. Let's see here if we have the.
I cannot wait to hear what his defense is. Like, he's going not guilty, and I don't know. Like, maybe it's to try and strike a deal, perhaps. I don't know. I can't wait to hear what the defense is. I really can't. Chat, what do you think?
I mean, look at. They alerted all the media.
Here we go. Oh, this is great.
I mean, and it's not necessary. It really isn't necessary to have all of. It really isn't necessary for the perp walk to have because if they really fear for his security or anybody else's security, why did they call everybody in to cover it? It's not necessary. As Judy says, it's a parade, not a perp walk.
It's a parade. Yeah, it was like, let's go to the parade, everybody. Okay, I'm just going to send you a link on DM, Nick. There you go. Now he has shackles on his he had shackles on his feet, which made it really slow to walk. So, and they had to get from the helicopter pad all the way through to the street, which is quite a long way. And that made it even slower, which is even better. But the mayor was like right behind him. So if someone were to like shoot, then the mayor would have probably copped it if they weren't a good marksman.
Yeah, let's see here.
Look how slow it is. Look how many people there are. Brian Koberger had to. This is so silly. How many people get shot in New York?
Oh, thousands.
Simping on inmates was my bit. Oh, we haven't talked about how hot he is yet. The fan clubs. Nick, the fan clubs.
Oh, yeah. I need to send an invite to Dali.
Yeah. Yeah, Gigi, thanks for posting my link. On Sunday, I'm going to be going through a lot of the responses to all of this stuff on Hearsay for Days, 4 p.m. Eastern, and we will be looking through some of the simping on Luigi. I have been making.
Apparently, there were 20 women in the courtroom that day.
Yeah, that's because that's all the seats there were. There were plenty more waiting out there. And one other thing, apparently he's gay.
Oh,
yeah, but he was in the closet. He's been outed. How nice
also,
is that?
Why was that necessary?
To be outed, that's not very nice, is it? Yeah, someone found some messages or something from him because he was not posting about it or anything like that. Apparently, he has a preference for dark men.
Oh.
Yeah. So now the gay crowd are like, Luigi. He is a good-looking man.
Sure. Burberry says there was a lookalike contest in Central Park before he was even caught.
There was, and that before he was caught, and they all came in their hoodies with their eyebrows out. Oh, stop it, Dali! You're just jealous.
Poor Dali.
He is. He's sad. He's sad. There was okay, so it was bizarre half Irish, but the thing is that there was a reward and people thought he was awesome. Like the people who were going to do the lookalike contest were like, this guy's great. Like at least people are talking about the health thing.
Yeah.
Look, we're still watching it. He's still walking.
Yeah. Here's the thing. New York jail have a helipad. They could have gotten him directly to the jail, not to the harbor.
Yeah.
So
But
this was
no.
a planned.
Of course it
purple. Yeah. I mean, it's so stupid.
The mayor doesn't just hang out at the helipad. I want to find where the mayor said that thing about you won't come into my town and terrorize in the city I love, terrorize the city I love.
A terroristic threat, folks, it's a murder. I mean, all murders are horrific, but I bet you between then and now, something more heinous has been going on in New York. For instance, burning a woman alive in the subway.
That happens.
Yeah.
And then people are asking, why is no one helping? Oh, well, I wonder.
Yeah, I wonder why nobody was helping since New York decided to prosecute people who help detain dangerous people.
Yep. I wonder. Gee. Ridiculous. Yep. I hope Daniel Penny makes a lot of money.
Yeah. I may have or may not have tried to reach out to him, but I guess this little channel is just a dot on the radar.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he'll have a few big interviews coming up. Maybe some books, some miniseries. Good. So he should. And they tried like hell to get a conviction. They tried. They even changed the charge at the last minute, didn't they? The jury came along and said that they were hung, and it's like, okay, well, how about this then?
He's still walking, and there's an old case during Swedish cops were in New York at the time, And this happened. Oh, sorry.
That's right. They dismissed the higher charges. Ilya T-Bone. By the way, Dali's changed his name to Ilya, then he changed his name to T-Bone.
Now, this is a number of years ago. I think this is, 9 years ago.
You're Swedish.
4 Swedish police officers on vacation responded to the subway driver's call for help. So they detained.
Uh-huh.
Are you injured? No.
Yeah, so that was about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
When Swedish cops on vacation in New York City detained a person in the subway. Now, did they do the chokehold? No. But if there were 4 of them. If it was only one of them, then yeah, it would have been a chokehold. Because you know what? Cops are trained on doing the chokehold too, because this is a dangerous individual.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're supposed to do, apparently.
Yeah.
So you can't have a golden for it.
And 10 years ago, they were heroes. And Daniel Penny was charged.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't a cop, he was just trained.
And like you throw in the racial thing as well. And yeah. I mean, I don't pretend to understand the how that influences things. I know it just makes it so that he looks like some sort of monster. Look at, they're still walking. This is insane. This is absolute insanity. Look at him. He's just like, what's going on? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Yeah.
Oh dear. There's so much fan art as well. There's all this fan art of Luigi. And like, you know, just him as a god, and then him as like some sort of sex figure and that. And it's just, there's so much. It's funny.
Yeah. But again, going back to the thing, jury nullification. Because this perp walk, what it resulted in was more people in support of him.
Yes, because now he's like some sort of folk hero. Well, he was already, but like some of the comments have been like, the press is having a really hard time making him look bad.
Yeah.
Right? Because every time they do this sort of thing, it just makes him look better. Right? So this is cutting off their nose to spite their face. He is being put up on a pedestal, and it's not doing what they want it to do. It's not making him look like a criminal. It's making him look like a hero.
Yeah.
It's not working. This is not working, guys. You need to stop it. Like, it'd be better if you just put him away and let it all die down. He would get forgotten about, and then he'd go to trial like anybody else, and the evidence would speak for itself. He shot a man. Done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very simple. Like, I think the facts are there. If he wrote a manifesto, he went to New York, he had all the things in his backpack. Done. He matches the description. why this display? This is so stupid. They're playing right into his hands. They're making him exactly what he wanted.
All right.
What's the spirit? Did you see the bizarre interviews they did with the inmates shouting answers out the window? Oh, that! Nick.
What?
Nick, did you see when he was in Pennsylvania? He was in he was actually in a prison, local prison there, and News Nation did like on location news piece outside the prison, and the prisoners inside were calling out answers to questions about Luigi in the prison, right? So they were asking questions like, "Oh, so do you want Luigi out of there, or do you support Luigi?" And they're like, "No." And then they asked like, "What's it like in there?" And then they started saying, "Inhumane." Did you see that?
No.
Oh man, hang on, listen to your link. But the News Nation people, of course, they didn't really talk about the inhumane thing because they don't really care about that. But it went completely viral. Yeah, and they had blinking lights, Brooklyn. Yeah. So all the prisoners in their cells, they were watching it, and they were blinking their lights to answer the questions.
If you find it, please share it, because
I will. Yes, I am just okay. Hang on, Luigi's conditions suck. All right, sure, yeah, okay. Yes, sending it to you now. Yes, News Nation were very pleased about that little moment. There you go.
Let's see here.
Oh, Prison Interview Ghost has also posted it as well. That might be a longer version of it. Don't know. Mine's only a minute.
Share screen, News Nation. Dun, dun, dun.
This was just from a few hours ago, and here they are, 10 o'clock as promised. They said earlier today, tell Ashley Banfield that Luigi is watching at 10 o'clock. I mean, obviously, that's just a hard roast at this point because they're not near Luigi in any way.
Can I just ask the guys, if they can hear me right now, to answer yes or no very loud. Does Luigi have television in his single cell?
No.
They said no, right? Obviously, we have a little bit of a delay, but they're getting. Yeah, they're getting the questions, and they're giving us the answers. So Luigi does not have. Wow, this is quite something. This is the strangest interview I've ever conducted.
Me too, Ashley. According to the Department of Corrections, he's got his own solitary cell. It's not solitary confinement, but he's by himself. It's not dorm style. I'm not sure exactly what those guys got going on in terms of a living situation. It sounds like they're all clustered together. Isn't it interesting to see what accommoadations that they have? Look. They got their own light switches. They're obviously watching TV
They're all doing
past
it.
any sort of 10 o'clock curfew, Yep, they're
Oh
doing this for you.
Look
They're
at this,
watching
Alex.
News Nation at this very moment.
But let's see here. Somebody shared this.
Yeah, Ghost has got a better one. they did it again the next day, right? But they weren't. They were idiots. They weren't prepared. They didn't have that Daniel guy on the scene, and so she starts asking these like long, convoluted questions about whether or not having Luigi there changes their day-to-day life and stuff. And they're all like, yes, no. It was just stupid. It was so dumb.
Alex Capriello standing by to do the big report for us tonight. So some interesting interaction you had with the inmates from over the chain link. Tell me about it, Alex.
Yeah, pretty unbelievable moment. And Ashley, I can tell you at this very moment, I can look over my left shoulder up at the top of this prison wall, see through a window, and see that your face is right there. They're watching Banfield at this exact moment as they promised they would. All right, so let's backtrack a little bit, okay? So earlier today, I was reporting outside this prison wall. So, oh my gosh, I'm not sure if you just heard that, Ashley. That was them screaming.
I just waved. Alex, I just waved, and that was the...
Can you hear that?
Hi, guys. Say hello to Alex Capriello.
They said, we got you, Alex.
Oh, God.
Ashley says hello.
I can't believe this.
There they are. I can't tell if you can hear this.
Oh, we can hear it.
There you go.
Hi, guys.
Look up at that window.
Let me yell them a question. Alex, hold on. Let me yell a question. Guys, if you can hear me clearly,
okay.
Do you guys have any sights on Luigi Mangion? Just yell yes or no.
Have we have sights
I don't know
on
if they're
you?
answering.
What a silly question.
They're flickering. They're saying no. Go ahead. Ask another one. They can hear you.
Okay. You'll have to translate, Alex.
This
all right,
amazing.
so earlier today I was reporting outside these prison walls when all of a sudden I heard my name, and I couldn't tell if they were, catcalling me or heckling me or even saying my name whatsoever. And so I started reporting on Luigi Mangion's prison conditions as I was finding them out. And as soon as the live shot was over, that's when I turned around and they said, the conditions suck. And so that was my confirmation. Oh my gosh, they're watching News Nation at that very moment. I pulled out my camera, I recorded, and here's more of that interaction. Take a look from earlier today.
Yeah, right. So she should just ask yes no questions. I mean, come on.
Ashley, they're going nuts in there right now watching this video on playback. This was just from a few hours ago, and here they are, 10 o'clock as promised. They said earlier today, tell Ashley Banfield that Luigi is watching at 10 o'clock. I mean, obviously, that's just a hard roast at this point because they're not near Luigi in any way, as confirmed by the Department of Corrections earlier today. But at the same time, they've picked a trusted news source to watch this very high-profile national case. Of course, they're watching us.
It's crazy. Hey, Alex, can I ask you a favor? Can I just ask the guys, if they can hear me right now, to answer yes or no very loud? Does Luigi have television in his single cell?
No.
Unreal. They said no, right? Obviously, we have a little bit of a delay, but they're getting they're getting the questions, and they're giving us the answers. So Luigi does not have.
This is so amazing.
This is quite something. This is the strangest interview I've ever conducted.
Me too, Ashley. According to the Department of Corrections, he's got his own solitary cell. It's not solitary confinement, but he's by himself. It's not dorm style. I'm not sure exactly what those guys got going on in terms of a living situation. It sounds like they're all clustered together. But as far as Luigi's accommodations, he's by himself. He's got a bed. He's got a chair. He's got a toilet, a sink. Again, he's not with the rest of these guys, but he's not in solitary confinement.
Okay, so I'm going to read out the menu, and then I'm going to ask the guys if it was any good, the dinner tonight. So the breakfast was fruit, grits, bread, eggs, and coffee. He had the choice. The lunch was porcupine meatballs, potatoes, bread, and fruit. And tonight's dinner, mac and cheese, pasta bean casserole, and stewed
porcupine meatballs? What the fuck?
Americans, help us out. What the hell is that?
Porcupine meatballs? What the fuck is porcupine meatballs?
What is that?
Is that roadkill meatballs or what the fuck? What?
What's that?
Porcupine meatballs. What?
I'm scared.
Porcupine meat? Folks, I need to know. Is it actual porcupine?
It comes out looking the way it is. Okay, that's like in Australia having koala meatballs. That's really bad. What the hell?
Oh, I see.
Please tell us it's not real.
That was a live trolling. No. They have it on what's cooking in prison. Breakfast, fruits, grits, bread, eggs, coffee, lunch.
What's grits?
Porcupine meatballs.
Wait. What's grits? What is grits?
Grits is
really
grits.
Grits.
It's sort of a porridge. It's a porridge kind of thing.
Jeez.
But porcupine meatballs.
Is this like made to sound bad? Like, is this like? Are they actually saying? Is actually like making the menu sound as bad as it can, so people think people in prison they don't have good food, or is it really that bad?
Melissa says grits is ground corn, almost like polenta.
Gross.
But seriously, porcupine meatballs? What the fuck?
They look like little porcupines?
I have no idea.
I need to see this. I'm going to Google it.
Porcupine meatballs? I have no idea what that is.
I need to Google this thing.
Meatballs with rice in them? Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense. Okay, rice in the meatballs. Okay, but it sounds really, really weird. Porcupine.
Okay, they look like poop. Yeah, Google it, Nick. Gross. An American casserole dish of ground beef and rice meatballs cooked in tomato sauce. They were a staple during the Great Depression, requiring only a few basic ingredients: ground beef, uncooked long grain rice, gross, onion, and canned tomato soup. Ew.
Okay, so the picture is up here is apparently porcupine meatballs.
Ew. Yucky.
Oh, no.
Gwynnie,
tomatoes with broccoli. So, guys, was dinner good? Yes or no? What did they say? I heard terrible. I heard terrible.
They're saying heck no. They're saying BS. They're saying terrible. They're saying that's not what they are eating.
Oh, man, I totally can't get over this. I'm going to explain what porcupine meatballs are in a little bit, just not right now. Okay, I need to get to some serious business. Guys, you're going to have to just listen to the report up there. You got to give Alex a moment of peace for a second. I got business to do here. It's about your neighbor who's in that institution with you up there. So the Altoona police, they say that there were threats made to officers by the members of the public for having arrested Luigi Mangion, and maybe some citizens as well had threats that they're investigating. Have they made any identifications on people who've made these threats to police officers and to citizens, maybe the McDonald's employees?
No, and they're considering this all a part of the larger investigation, so they're keeping a pretty tight lid on that. What they do say, though, is that their officers are receiving threats, and also the people at this McDonald's have received threats. In fact, I've seen reporting that maybe even some of these McDonald's employees have been asked to step away for a time, just so that way they don't get increasing pressure. And this really all has to do with this sort of fanfare and mythology that's surrounding Luigi at this point. There's so many people online that are supporting him for his actions due to their own complaints with the healthcare industry as a whole, or even we've seen some people just commenting on his looks and how handsome he is. And so he's built up this following, so to speak. And so there's threats being made towards these police officers for actually going out there and apprehending him. But then also this McDonald's is now caught in the fire too, because it was the location that he was caught. So much so that it's also received just incredible negative feedback and reviews online. I've seen it plummet, 1-star reviews for this one specific McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania. People saying that it's got rats and just doing whatever they can to sort of support Luigi and you know, bash everyone else that got in the way.
Yeah, okay. Other question here about some wanted posters that have shown up all around New York City, putting other CEOs' faces up, other healthcare executives' faces up, saying that, you know, these guys are wanted too, and then putting the big red X over Brian Thompson's. Is there any word on whether this is something more sinister or just, you know, really, really tacky freedom of speech?
Yeah, it's sinister at the very most and distasteful at the very least. These are being seen on parts of lower Manhattan, not just Brian Thompson, but other CEOs of Fortune 500 and mega companies. Basically, it's not hitting or landing very well with the people of Manhattan. Obviously, they're still trying to come to grips with what just happened 1 week ago, right in their city in broad daylight. And so basically what we've seen is many people are pulling these down, shredding them, and getting rid of them. So rightfully so, this seems to be a threat towards others, but no authenticity to them. It does not seem as if this is a real hit list, so to speak.
Okay, I have another question for the guys behind you, okay? Can I pop it out there? Hey, guys, don't yell until I finish the question.
Go ahead.
So the question is about Luigi Mangion. He's fighting extradition, so he's going to be in that jail presumably for a little bit longer, but eventually he's going to end up going to Rikers. I don't know how many guys behind you in the walls there have been to Rikers, but it's a bit of a hellhole. So the question I have for the guys, if you could just yell stay or go. Do you think that Luigi should just, you know, waive extradition and get on with the process and go to Rikers, or should he stay in that prison Huntington with the rest of you guys there in Pennsylvania? So it's either stay or go. Just yell that out. And again, we have a little bit of a delay.
Oh, this is amazing.
Alex,
I'm sure you heard that
I
one,
could
Ashley.
hear them saying go. Was it go? Were they saying go?
They're saying go. They're saying go. They say get on with it. Go to Rikers Island.
Wow. You know, I wonder if they mean go because they say that the place they're in right now is a hellhole, maybe worse, but I don't know. I mean, Rikers is pretty bad. We got the comparison coming up, one of the inmates.
I'm not sure if you heard them say it just now when I was talking about the threats of rats in McDonald's. Somebody just said they got rats in here too. So it seems they're not very happy with the food here or the accommodations. Maybe we need to send an email to the Department of Corrections about that for tomorrow morning.
Any last comments you can hear from the guys there? And maybe just swing the camera up and see if you can like see the shot that you showed me before.
Can you swing the camera up
where
there,
we can
Greg?
see
They want to try to see...
Yeah, the view that you're seeing, so we can see where the guys are yelling out the windows.
So go ahead, see those flashing lights?
Yeah, zoom in if you can. Is that Greg, your cameraman? We just zoom in as much as you can. And wow, I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to see any faces in those windows, but rest assured, gentlemen, we can absolutely hear you.
But isn't that interesting, Ashley?
You got your interview. Are you guys doing the strobe light for us? Was that the strobing was for us?
That's what I'm saying, Ashley. Isn't it interesting to see what accommodations that they have? They got their own light switches. They're obviously watching TV
They're all doing
past any sort of 10 o'clock curfew, you know. Yep, they're doing this for you. They're watching News Nation at this very moment.
They're putting on that. They're all flicking their cell lights on and off. No, keep the camera over there. I want to see how many there are. That's fascinating to me. Greg, can you pan back over?
As you're told, man.
Pan back over. I want to just see how many of them are
5, 6
doing their strobe lights for us. All right. Well, I do want to say thank you, guys. I really appreciate all of you giving us your attention and also answering our questions as hard as it was. You certainly were heard tonight. We're getting this again. If you're just tuning into News Nation right now, this is the prison inmates at the SCI Huntington watching our show and responding by turning their lights on and off to show us that they are in fact watching and responding. And the most interesting thing I think I heard them say, other than the food wasn't great, was that they think that Luigi Mangion should waive the extradition and move on and get out of that holding institution and head on to Rikers. Alex, this is one for the record books. Thank you for...
That's amazing.
Okay, so here's what I find really interesting about this. Ashley Banfield and News Nation, we have every one of those dudes convicted before trial any other day of the week, right? So News Nation is not some sort of like bastion of support for the rights of prisoners. They couldn't give a shit. Right? They could not give a shit about those people whatsoever. And it came true the next day because they went back the next day and those people were yelling out, the conditions in here are inhumane, 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 right? And the comment section lit up with people saying, hey, Ashley, maybe you should do a report on the conditions in the prison. No response, nothing, right? Because once Luigi left, what's she got to care about? She couldn't care less. She got her hundreds of thousands of views out of those videos. Done. No. So, News Nation, I don't have much respect for them. They are guilters.
Yeah,
So,
it was really interesting to see that they could actually speak to the inmates. I mean,
yeah, and I hope they didn't get in trouble afterwards, the inmates. for that.
yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
Kerfuffle
Definitely
says,
for TV.
just got home from Christmas dinner spent with my brother. Got to catch your show, coffee and homemade gumdrop cake. I don't know what that is. All right. Yeah. Now
I'm going to get going. Thank you so much. I'm going to get going. It's lunchtime on Boxing Day today.
it's Boxing Day.
It is
Hey.
Boxing Day.
Yeah.
Indeed. And it's actually sale day. Do you guys have sales on the day after Christmas?
And those starts on the 27th.
Oh, really?
Our sales, yeah.
Oh,
Because you
lame.
have Christmas Eve, Christmas Day,
Mhm.
then you have the day after Christmas Day, which is the 26th. So on the 27th, the mid holiday sale starts. Now, of course, it started like 2 weeks ago for some of them, but yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, well, if you don't get out to the shops today, you miss out on, like, the first things
Yeah,
that
but
are...
check out the comparison sites because I've checked out on a mic stand because I want that. And
Yeah.
before Christmas, they raised the price, and now all of a sudden they're sale is above the previous sale one.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be a bit careful, but there are a few things I need, some cables and stuff for DJing, so I'm going to go get that stuff. Like, just
Yeah.
I
I need a new microphone because as of now, my the Blue Yeti thing is just out of order. So I'm now speaking through my webcam, but I am waiting for a proper one. So, and that is thanks to all of you guys, because you did the super chats and thingies, so I can actually make things better on my end. Like, because sound is more important than video.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I can agree with that. I want a Rode mic. Yeah, is that Brooklyn? Brooklyn talking about Rode mics. They're Australian, actually. The Rode mics, but they're expensive.
Yeah,
they're super expensive.
Now,
Those ones,
folks, now I've ordered a new mic. It's one of these Finnish ones. Hopefully, I will get it soon because it's one of these that always is in the top 5 of all the thingies. Hopefully, I will get it. But then again, the Blue Yeti mic is supposed to be a high-end one. And I had it for less than a year, and all of a sudden it's shit. And so, yeah.
All right, I'm going to get going.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry
if it's still your Christmas Day, Merry Boxing Day.
Merry
and
Boxing
I'll
Day.
see you guys maybe tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. I might do a little bit of Melody Ferris streaming or something like that. Don't know, but I'll do something. I'll see you guys. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, folks. I'm slightly intoxicated. I've been streaming for just over 4 hours. You've been hearing about the Delphi case and about Jeff and about this new Luigi case. And apparently, people want me to cover the Karen Reed case, which I will. But tomorrow, your time, me and Mo are going to cover the Odinist Report. On the 27th, all the Legal Vices squad will cover Jeff on the 27th. But everybody, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everything. Thank you for allowing me to do this. I honestly, without you guys, this would not have been a reality. And without Jeff, who pushed my channel to this point, this wouldn't have happened. So thank you, Jeff. Thank you to the chat. Thank you guys. Thank you. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year's. And I will see you tomorrow, your time. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Tinsel tinkled in my hair again, wrapping paper mountain lions then, gift boxes hiding like little thieves, underneath the couch where no one sees. My needles stab at my bare feet, ornament shattered in defeat, batteries dead in every toy, stockings limp devoid of joy. Scrubber ducked up the kitchen sink, merry mess, I need a drink. Rudolph's nose just blinking red, taking down Christmas wish I'd stay